Hello. Hi, Senti. Hi, Finn. I have no idea why chat is not showing up. 1 second, let me maybe re-add the browser source and hope that fixes it. But yes, hello. Welcome to the InSound Mind stream. I think this is going to be fun. I'm excited to see what this game is. I only barely know what this game is. Okay, 1 second. I'm just hopping back into Streamlabs here just to see if I can get another widget. Please. Hello! Oh, I should ask today's question of the day while I'm getting this up here. So I'm gonna talk about it a little bit later. But today's question of the day is, what is a good movie that you've seen recently? And recently can be totally up to your interpretation. Or if you just have a good movie that you want to talk about, yes, because I have a movie I want to talk about. Not for very long, but just while we're getting set up here. And while I'm trying to figure out where my chat is. Specifically avoided spoilers, so I can have a fresh sight into it. Yeah, that's pretty much me too. What I looked into was just the little, like, they had a little bit of a trailer on the Steam page, and oh, sorry, I'm trying to talk and do things at the same time. But they kind of explained a few things, and I didn't watch all the way through because they were like really going into detail, and I was like, okay, I don't need I don't need to know more than this. Hello, Red Rabbit. Hi, how are you? Oh, thank you, Finn. I have it set up too, so if you do !QOTD, it'll also, the bot will go and toss that up there. But I am just trying to fit. Oh, 1 second. Edison? Lava? What are you doing? What I thought. He, scratching at the window. I think he saw a bird. Let me put my body back. There we go. Okay, let's see if this works. It would be nice if it did. Okay. Okay, no. Let me try an entirely new browser source that I will just call chat again. And, oh, the music that we're listening to right now, by the way, is from the actual game. Can it be a movie I've seen before? Either one totally works. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm gonna watch. I didn't know. I didn't know they were making a Muppets Haunted Man. What? What? I'm genuinely excited about that. I don't really get to talk about this very often, but I love the Muppets. Like, unabashedly, I love the Muppets. I know the names of most of them. And I really didn't even watch The Muppet Show very much as a kid. I don't know. I just really like the Muppets. Yay, chat! Woohoo! It just came out and apparently really funny. Wonderful. That's exactly what I want to see. That's good. I'm happy about that. Oh, I'm gonna try and watch that tonight or tomorrow, I think. But so I brought up the movie question because last night, I'm sure watching this late at night also didn't help me, but I watched James Wan's new film *Malignant* in a way that was totally legal. Yeah, it was. Yep. Howl's Moving Castle? Yes, always good. Howl's Moving Castle is my favorite book of all time. I've read it like 6 times. I watched Nightmare Before Christmas every time around this year. A movie I hadn't seen until recently was Annihilation. I heard Annihilation was very divisive. I haven't watched it yet. I know Finn has watched it. And was it Treasure Island in Christmas Carol? It was Muppet Christmas Carol 110%. Absolutely, I love Muppet Christmas Carol. It's so good. Oh, and Red Rabbit, I was gonna say, I also watch Nightmare Before Christmas around this time. Usually, I used to collect Nightmare Before Christmas things, and I actually can pretty much quote the film from memory. It's a problem. It's easier for me to do that if I'm listening to the score for Nightmare Before Christmas. I know what lines are being said where in the score. That is how many times I've watched that movie. Muppet Treasure Island is the best. Muppet Treasure Island is really, really fun. I have a lot of Nightmare Before Christmas things. Yes, I don't collect anymore. But I'll still see some stuff around and I'm like, ooh. I was actually at the store the other day and they had a 2 scale, so about 7 feet tall, Jack Skellington balloon. And I was like, oh, I don't need a big Jack Skellington balloon. I could go on about Annihilation for hours, and so could Cerise. Yes, I've seen you guys talk about it before. I used to watch Nightmare once or twice a week in high school. Yeah, no, I was also surprised to see the big balloon. Yeah, no, I stood there for a while really contemplating it because it was for sale. And I'm like, oh, do I? But I used to, my collection, when I had everything, like if we're including also like my shirts and everything, I had about 150 pieces of Nightmare Before Christmas merch. And that number kind of went up and down, but 150 is a good average of how many Nightmare Before Christmas things I owned. I don't have pretty much any of it anymore. I do have a couple of things I still have around, like I have a little Deadly Nightshade jar that I keep cables in. And every year my grandma for Christmas every year gets us calendars for the upcoming year. And even though I haven't collected Nightmare Before Christmas stuff since about 2016, she does not know anything else that I like, so I have a Nightmare Before Christmas calendar always. Every year. All I have left is the movie on DVD and a tattoo. Oh, that's cool. I don't have any tattoos, but I contemplated not getting a tattoo of Jack, but of the little, like, on a lot of the Nightmare Before Christmas merchandise, they have the very angular bats. I thought about getting those for a little bit. Also, Red Rabbit, this is going to be awful, but so not only did I have the movie on DVD, I had an original copy of the VHS, I had an original print of the DVD, I had the restored version that they released in the early 2000s, and then I also had the 15th anniversary DVD? Yeah, I think it was the 15th anniversary special edition one. So I had 4 copies of Nightmare Before Christmas. Just around. Yeah, the original VHS and the first DVD were ones that I owned. Like, yeah, VHS. Yeah, my mom still has most of our VHSs that we had growing up. Yeah, we did have Nightmare on VHS, but then we also got it on DVD as soon as we got, like, we'd never bought a DVD player. We bought a PlayStation 2, and that was our DVD player. But I'll talk a little bit more about movies and Malignant and all that stuff, but let's get into the game, shall we? Okay. Are we here? Do I need to fix the chat over here? Oh, I do. 1 second, let me add the other source. Chat again. Oh, now you're over there. Ta-da! I saw it in theaters when I was young. Oh, man. I've actually, when I was, human equivalent would be like 12? Yeah, it would have been 12, was when they started to do, I don't think they do it anymore, but they did like yearly showings of Nightmare Before Christmas in 3D in theaters. And my parents surprised me the first year that they did it. They actually took me out of school. They didn't tell me what for. They actually said that, oh, am I chugging? Oh, I'm chuggy. Uh-oh. What's happening? Okay, am I good? Okay, there we go. Okay, we are good? Uh-oh. Oh, is this game eating up my frames? 1 second, let me go and lower the settings even more. We're gonna go and hope that that helps. Oh, I didn't hit apply changes when I did this earlier. Oopsie. So that's not helpful. Okay, I just want it there. Yes? Uh-oh. Oh, now I need to reformat the thing over here. Oh, no! Oh, gosh, where are we going? There it is. Okay. All right. Hopefully that helps. Because I know that this game, I saw in a few of the reviews that it can kind of chug a little bit. Sometimes the frame rate goes bonkers. I'm seeing, am I moving okay? Am I moving all right? What sucks is for me to see if I'm moving okay, I have to click over into OBS for a second. But then that makes the game go away. Am I good? I'm okay. All right. It was the yeah, absolutely. It was this fan. This fan is the cause of all the problems with that one. But no, I expected for it to go a little bit. Okay, yeah. So motion blurs. No, I do want motion blur. And I will say one thing that was very cool about this game. When I started it up, one of the first things that it said. What's happening? One of the first things that it said was that all aspects of this game, including the music, is totally up. Like they're encouraging streamers to use it. So which is always cool. It's always nice to see something like that. Why every time I open this does it change how my screen is formatted? What? Every time I click back into the game, it moves all my other windows that I have. So I'm just gonna minimize everything that isn't chat and hope that that stops messing me up. Okay. All right. Chat is now in the middle of my other monitor where it should not be, but if I click over there, it's gonna go back again. But that's all right. We got some eccentricities. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, and also, don't judge me. I'm playing this on easy because not only is this labeled as a shooter, which I am bad at, it's also labeled as a platformer, which if you've ever see me play Sea of Thieves, you know I'm not good at jumping on things. Is your native resolution 720? Oh yeah, nope, it's not. My native on my PC is 1920. That makes sense. But I wanted the game to be in 720 just because I'm streaming in 720. So like there's no point in me having it be a higher resolution. I'm absolutely okay. I'll have to live with that, Finn, because I know, and there's also like puzzles and stuff. I need this for dumb person. I want to see you die 20 times. Okay. All right. And now I can't like click away and see OBS or anything. So if I start getting really like chuggy again, or if stream starts messing up, please let me know in the chat.
They say curiosity killed the cat.
Why are the subtitles red?
I killed the cat.
I can't look around.
Curiosity only brought her to me.
Okay. I'm gonna assume that's, I don't know, my first thought is the devil. Ooh. Ooh, that's fun. Ooh, yes, tracking shots. I only stream in 720. My resolution through OBS is HD, like the screen size, but I just reformat it, like in the stream.
What happened?
What? I don't know. I know that our name is Desmond.
How did I get down here?
Okay. All right. Woo. Oh. Eh? Do I need to, how do I? Oh, okay. Obviously I can't interact with that. It's all the way over there. Notice, catastrophe. Forget everything. Life as you've known it is out the window. All indicators are indicating stay inside. Huh. Oh, is it hard to see? Because I can mess with the brightness and stuff. If it's not, yeah, if I need to change the brightness settings, please let me know. Okay. Oh, right. 1 second. I'm gonna fix one more thing here. I'm gonna toss you over there, and I'm gonna put you right there. And now we're gonna hope for the best. Okay. Okay, there we go. I can now see OBS and chat at the same time. Wonderful. All right, but for real though, was I would like to go. It is very dark. Okay. So that means brighten up this boy. Like right there. Okay. Is that better? Oh, it still looks very dark on my end, just when I look over at OBS. So let me fix. We'll go one more time, a little bit more brighter. Is that anything? Oh, but now I can't. Well. Okay. The sound design is very good. I'm gonna put on. So I usually stream with one headphone off and one headphone on, but I'm gonna put in both because I'm really enjoying the environment design, like the environmental sound design that's happening. Oh, and then uncrouch. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, so that's my inventory. Oh, and it also will show me my quest. Good. I have speed, health, stealth, and stamina, all 0. Okay. Gotcha. I guess I'm coming back to this. Whatever that is. What's over here? Workroom. Oh, even with the brightness up, I can't see a thing in there, so hard pass for right now.
It's locked. There's a keyhole.
Okay.
Guess not.
Cool. Oh! Stay inside indicators are indicating. Don't know what that is. I'm definitely yeah, absolutely. Oh, my vision went all funky when I got close to that. Nope. I should maybe not walk in that. Okay. We got storage though. Let's see. So far, even with the graphics set on low, this still looks pretty okay. Like, I do feel like this is made with some Unity assets, but honestly, no shame in that. Okay, so I got it. Oh, I see. It's an old flashlight. Hopefully there are enough battery. Oh, great, batteries.
This will come in handy.
Finn, I'm gonna touch the goop if I want to touch the goop.
This looks weak.
Bonk? How to for bonk? Okay. I'm sure. Okay, 1 second. Let me look at the controls, I guess, because I might have missed a prompt. Bonk. Please give me control for bonk. Okay, it is left click if I have a thing. So if I cannot bonk, I'm assuming I'm not supposed to bonk. I'll turn that off. Oh, there wasn't a chair here earlier. Was that here? This was not here. This was not. Hi. Thank you for the chair. I don't need to sit down right now. I just barely started walking around, but thank you for thinking about me. Okay. Oh, so now I have the flashlight, so now I can go in here. Okay. Yes. I like that. That's decent game design. Oh, and a map. So we are in the workroom. There's elevators. The discordant piano is very upsetting. Ah, wonderful. The page, I do like that the page is a similar color to the goop. Oh, end of key. And let me know if there's a delay going on because I do see I am dropping frames, but I kind of figured that with a little bit of a slightly higher quality game than I usually play, or one that just requires more graphics. All right, okay, let's go.
It's locked. There's a keyhole.
Yeah. So, and then do I like... What do you mean? What do you mean? Just... Huh? I don't know. So when it's saying item selection here in the right corner, I don't... What are you telling me to do? Okay, just click it? Oh, that's... Okay. Just because I couldn't go up or down, I guess there wasn't really another way for me to indicate things. Hi. Oh, more glowy goop. Ooh. Ooh, and there's earthquakes. Wonderful. Gas leaks are hazardous to your health. If you smell, see, or hear a gas leak coming from the boiler room, leave immediately and notify me, Superintendent. Well, I would do that if I knew who the superintendent was. You could have at least given, like, a name of oh.
That's some insanely strong police tape.
Nah, yep. The most rigid police tape I've ever seen. Oh. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't have pressed that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I just pressed a button. That wasn't my fault. Basement rules and regulations. Basement is open 24 hours for residents only. No guests allowed. Pon, hello! Building is not responsible for anything left in your pockets and ruined in the library. Yeah, everything is very foreboding. The environmental, like, the environmental storytelling is very good. I'm so here for it. I also just, again, sound design is great. If you guys can listen to this with headphones, I recommend it because I'm getting, like, directional noise. Because I can hear that the elevator is off to my right, which is so cool. Workbench tools must remain in the workroom. Anything left or forgotten in the basement will still be where you left it when you come back. Very weird that you had to say, like, yeah, if you put anything there, it'll stay there, we promise. Tenants, some of the washers have been short-circuiting. Fortunately, the fuses they use are universal. Please, if they act up, please don't try and fix it. Call me, Superintendent. Again, a name. First name, last name. Well, now who's running this? It's empty. Who's running this with it's empty? Now, sir. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry, were you doing, like, ghost laundry? Is it laundry I couldn't see? Did I just ruin your dryer cycle? I'm sorry. Oh. Well. Oh, another shiny paper. Hello, Exceed. Hello. Yes. Oh, and Pun, I didn't ask you. I'm asking people about movies that they've seen recently. Just because I watched *Malignant* last night, and it is cursing my every waking moment. It was a very, very fun movie. I liked it a lot. Noisy ain't... Okay, I just noticed noisy ain't you. All right. Sorry? What is this game? It's scary. It's called In Sound Mind. The only thing I really know about it is that online music producer creator called The Living Tombstone did the music. But this is a psychological horror game, and it's also a puzzle game. All right, so what am I... Okay, yes, I would like to fix the elevator. Where do I put the fuse? Maybe I shouldn't be under here. I think the last movie I watched was Crazy Rich Asians. Oh, I've heard good things about that. I've just never watched it myself. Oh gosh. Maybe I shouldn't be down here. Yeah. I'm looking for where to put a fuse, man. Okay, sorry. I'll leave, I guess. Okay. Oh, I didn't even try to open this door. Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. Had to get it for her. Oh, yes, yes, Finn did gift me this game. It was so nice of them. Okay, but yes. Oh. Okay, I'm really glad I have both headphones in, actually, because I just heard a creak from over here. Hello? Where do I put the fuse? Excuse me. Here? Where do I put it? Is it maybe somewhere back here? Can I, like, inspect the things in my inventory so it'll maybe tell me... Okay, yeah, it's a large electrical fuse. Wonderful. Now I can enjoy Sumi getting terrified on stream. Yeah, no, I am easily... As much as I love horror things and spooky things, I am easily spooked. Okay, the discordant piano was in this room last time I came in too, so I'm beginning to think it's this room. This workbench is available to all tenants, no outside use. Okay, so this is what the other thing was talking about. Management is not responsible for any injury you might inflict on yourself. Be safe. Please do not take any tools outside of this room. Okay.
I can probably assemble something here.
I
No dice.
see. Okay, that's still just me. There's so much thumping. Let's see. So I do have a thing here. Can I open these? No. I'm missing something, obviously. I'm in the first area and I'm already missing something. Hey, excuse me. Person who's leaving me notes, can you tell me where to go? Okay, we're gonna get out of there. Let's see, anything? It's pretty good at indicating what I can look at. Already looked at that one. Where do I... Did I miss? No. No. Okay. Yeah, and that's the here. Oh, maybe something over here? No. Okay. Kira! Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, noise didn't happen, but hello, thank you. Ah, Finn, I hope it doesn't cat out. I'm sorry you're having a storm. I'm kind of getting a little bit of a storm in my area here too. Oh, I just need to look up a little bit more. I feel like I shouldn't be under here.
It's a fuse box.
I feel like I shouldn't, Okay. Yes, hello, Kira. How was your stream? I can't click away to do a shout out because of some weird stuff with this game. Oh. Nothing good waits for you upstairs. If I were you... Oh, wait, 1 sec. Man, if I'm gonna use a voice changer, it's gonna be right now. Welcome back, Senti. Kira's here. Uh-oh. Why is my stream deck not working? That's not good. Hello. Oh, there it is. Took a second. But no. Okay. I have a voice changer for this exact thing. Oh, thank you, Senti.
Nothing good waits for you upstairs. If I were you, I'd get nice and comfortable down here.
Cool. But there's nowhere else for me to go, note friend. Oh, okay, so that's where I am. It went all right. Played Outer Worlds. Ooh, I never got to play Outer Worlds.
Not working.
I've heard good things about Outer Worlds, though. I wanted to give it a shot at one point, but I just never got around to it. Ooh, 1 second. My stream is chugging really bad. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna just do this here really quickly. And I am going to... Because I'm on my hotspot right now. I thought it would be okay. It's like a watered down Fallout. Okay. Alright, yeah, my connection's a little bit weird. If stream gets really, really bad and hard to watch, guys, just let me know. And then I'll switch over connections and stuff. But also, I just think it's partially, just that this game is a little bit more graphics intensive than what I usually play, and so my internet is like, no, I hate this. Oh, okay, I'm glad everything's alright, Senti. Okay, welcome to the second floor. Outer Worlds versus Mass Effect. I'm sure most people would say Mass Effect. I have not played either of those things. Okay, so if... Alright, so the things I know about me, if we see food, we will immediately eat it. Ah. From what I know of them, they are different kinds of stories, Finn, you're right. I was like Outer Worlds, but I was one of the people who got the bug where the game crashes after a certain point. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that's spooky. Oh. Oh. Hello? No. Okay.
Nothing.
Ooh. Ooh, I love it when games include spooky art. Kitty? Cat? Friend? Cat? Oh. Okay, fuck yeah. Okay, fuck yeah. How do I get out of this window? Let me follow that cat, baby. Hell yeah, are you kidding me? Yes. Oh, I have a kitty. Oh, I don't like that one. That one I don't like, actually. When I just said I like it when games include spooky art, excluding that one. That one's okay. Okay, house. Hello? Oh, well, that's not good. That's not good. That looks like oil. No cat for me. No. I want the cat friend. Ooh, they did dust particle physics, kind of. Neat. Obviously, this is where I'm gonna go, but I don't think it's gonna go well. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's go. Ah, that hurts my eyeballs. Your home? Interesting. Mayor Pharmaceuticals. Dear resident, we at Mayor Pharmaceuticals wanted to take the time and thank you for your continued support in our company and new distribution center here at Milton Haven. Your health and safety are our #1 concern, not just as a company, but as neighbors too. For more information on what Mayor Pharmaceuticals is doing in your neighborhood, feel free to call 1-800-MAYOR or email us with any comments or concerns at neighborhoodpharma@mayor.co.biz. Thank you and have a blessed day. Marketing Communication Outreach, Mayor Pharmaceuticals. Now you are the... Oh, I am the cat. 1 second, let me find my timer here. Okay, Nya? Timer go, Nya? Timer go? Uh-oh. There we go, Nya. Okay. Thank you, Senti, for the redeem, Nya. Alright, let's see what we got in our house. Nya? That sounded like breathing, Nya. I didn't like it, Nya. Thank you for the batteries, though, Nya. I'm sure part of this... me playing on easy mode is them just tossing a lot more batteries my way, Nya. Oh, cereal. Are we...
Stuffed.
Oh, okay, Nya. I just kind of wanted to keep it to have it, Nya. We have an inventory for a reason, don't we, Nya? You don't have to eat everything the second that you see it, Nya. Oh, another phone, Nya. A rotary... Why do you have a rotary phone in your house, man, Nya?
Was worth a shot.
Yeah, it was something. Oh, okay. Dude, why are all your books messed up, Nya? Milton Haven Emergency Broadcast System, Nya. That's no good, Nya. Okay, Nya. Oh, do we play guitar, Nya? I'm stuffed, Nya. Tates, hello! Oh. Will it keep playing as long as I'm over here, Nya? The lights started freaking out, Nya. The song is very pretty. Yeah. I appreciate the main character going. I'm not going to immediately eat it now, Nya. But we could just like hold on to a box of cereal though, Nya. Oh. Okay, so I know that the tapes are part of the story thing, Nya. So I'm gonna look around a little bit more before I touch the tape, Nya. Oh, but also... What? No, Nya. Stop with that one, Nya. That's the one I don't like, Nya. Anything on the table here, Nya? Not really, Nya. Okay. I'll grab this here, Nya, first. Tape, Desmond, Nya. A white cassette tape, Nya. Did I record this? I must have, Nya. Okay, yeah, so our name is Desmond, Nya. Listen to your tape, Nya. I will now unlock this door with a tape. Nya. Okay, Nya? Do you... Oh, no, Nya. Is your electricity okay, Nya? Okay, Nya. Where do you have a tape player, Nya? Where do you have one, Nya? Because that's my only prompt right now, right, Nya? Oh, except for getting the gas mask, Nya. How do you unlock a door with a tape, Nya? You try really hard, Nya. Can I go in this one, Nya? Oh, I can, Nya! Every time I see a bathroom in horror games, I just think about PT, Nya. And, I just worry I'm gonna see something spooky in the sink, Nya. Okay, Nya. I can carry a backpack, so yeah, I have room for like 2 cereals, Nya. That is true. Yes, what Pon said, Nya. We can't see our... I'm sorry, Nya? Did you guys hear that, Nya? The little jingly jangles, Nya? Hello, Nya? Were you depositing my tape player, Nya, so I could play the tape, Nya? Is this my briefcase, Nya? Slippers, Nya. Cereal, Nya. Cupboards, Nya. Cannot touch, Nya. Was that just somebody knocking, Nya?
Guess not.
Nya? You crawl under the tape or stomp on it. Okay, Nya. So we have glasses. Or at least need reading glasses, Nya. In PT, I thought the fetus was a squirrel at first, Nya. Oh no, Nya! That poor child, Nya. But for real though, where's like tape player or anything, Nya? Cool, Nya. Very good, Nya. Maybe phone again, Nya? Oh! That's a little bit different, Nya. Oh.
Was worth a shot.
I'm gonna make that noise a lot, Nya. Because that's just what I do sometimes when I'm like caught off guard, Nya. Well, we have a certificate of some kind and a diploma. That's neat. And cat picture, Nya. What am I missing? What am I doing wrong here? Please tell me, game, Nya. Yes, okay. Do you want me to leave that on, Nya? Because I can do that, Nya. I don't want to, but I can do it, Nya. I don't like that noise, Nya. One more time, Nya. Huh, Nya.
There's no one out there.
Okay, Nya. What am I missing, Nya? Emergency signal on the phone, too. For real, though, like, what am I missing, Nya? I'm interacting with everything I can possibly interact with. I heard a knock. Maybe I should just try and go, Nya? Should I just leave, Nya? I feel like I might come back here, Nya. I don't think there's anything else I can do, Nya. Right, Nya? I'm not missing anything, am I, Nya? I don't think so, Nya. Okay, I'm gonna go. Whoever was knocking around here. Oh, Nya, time is over. I'm just gonna... Okay, bye, Nya. Bye. No, I don't have to say Nya anymore. Okay, where's the tape player? Tape player? Anywhere? Hello? Hello? Does anybody want to deposit unto me a tape player? Oh, roof, stairs. Okay, Oh, that's our name, though! Desmond Wales, PhD. Oh. Okay, so we got... Hello? Hi! You have wonderful timing.
There he is. Long have I waited for this moment, to watch as you scramble for your last breath,
Huh?
as you try to make sense of your reality and the gravity it carries.
I didn't do anything.
Pulling you down.
What?
Ooh, I can't contain my excitement.
Yeah, we're a PhD apparently. Are you good?
I will have you, Desmond Wales. I will have all of you.
That is a really, really weird way to ask somebody out on a date, man. You're coming on a little bit too strong. I think you might need to tone it down just a little bit. Well, I didn't like that. Let's see. So I looked at this picture of a cat and it started going all weird. Interesting. Is this that one catfish man Jess is in love with? Oh, hey, tape player. 1 second. Okay, we have a very, very nice Chase lounge. I think that's a Shea lounge? I don't know how you say that. It's a cool couch with the back thing. Why would you keep that in your doctor's office? That doesn't seem good to have. What do you mean? That line always works. Okay. Let's go. Play button. Play button? There we go. The universe is really mad that I did that. Oh, what? Are we falling? Oh my god. Oh. 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 Okay, and I can't interact with it anymore. I think this one's my favorite picture so far. This, like, person where you can kind of see the face in it. Hi. Oh. What's happening? If a dark entity told me they want all of me, I'm 100% gonna take that warlock pact. I mean, understandable, but also... What? Sorry, I'm just processing this right now. What? That's a big tape. Okay. This is a smaller tape.
In an unexpected turn of events, it seems I'm the one who's losing my mind.
Hi, Jess! I like that you knew exactly who Pan was talking about. Hello.
I'm equally as fascinated as I am scared.
Ooh. Ooh, and it started... Yo, it started... Oh, that's cool. I came for the Kench. Hello, it's good to see you, Jess. Oh my god, what? Sorry, I'm just in love with the fact that, like, the tape was moving while the tape over there was playing and then stopped when it did. I love this little itty bit. Tom, is that the WoW? That's the World of Warcraft husband, yes? Yes?
Life in Milton Haven has
I get names confused. Catfish man, yes, thank you.
People are... Hell, I'm starting to see unusual patterns, behaviors.
Okay.
Ever since the crash, maybe.
Crash.
It's beginning to
I don't know
make
why I
sense,
confused that with Buam Samdi. I'm very sorry.
Dread of fear are similar to those of my patients.
Oh, okay. Yo, this set piece is great, though.
My patients were dropping like flies, dying.
Oh,
poor Virginia.
are you... So are we a psychological doctor or are we a medical doctor?
I need to understand what this is.
Okay. Okay, so there's something that is killing... He's losing his patience? Oh my god. 1 second, 1 second. Thank you, Jess. Okay, yes.
If I can get through this, if I can just keep my mind focused,
Oh,
I must stay aware. Awake,
I hope we're both kind of doctors. We'll see.
alert.
Ooh, that's asking a lot of me, man. Me being aware and alert? That's a big ask. I don't know about, Desmond, but I'm currently piloting Desmond, so that might not, that might not go well. Does that challenge pretty... My ADD ass could never... Exactly. Same. Oh, the painting's changed. The painting's changed. Yo, what? Well, Kitty! Hi! Friend?
Tanya, how?
Cat named Tanya.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm having a weird day.
Did you bring me the elevator
Okay with you?
button? Oh my god! Thank you for bringing me the button to the elevator. What a good kitty. Hi.
Kitty.
And I can pet the kitty. Important. Fantastic game. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Can I pet her again?
Good kitty.
She's so cute. Tanya, I love you. You can pet the cat. It's so... Whoa, it changed again! What? Just these two, though. Not... This one has stayed the same the whole time. My goal in life is to pet every cat. Exactly, same! I wanna pet every cat. Oh, well, that's some, Icarus looking something. Can you, like, give treat? I hope so. Tanya, you hold down the fort while I'm gone. You are in charge. If any of my patients call, tell them I am out of the office. And also take a message. Thank you. Bye, Tanya. I love you. Oh, she's gone already. Okay. Bye, Tanya. I love you. If anything happens to that cat in this game, it's gonna ruin it for me. Same. She is my assistant. My lovely assistant.
Do you know how a Rorschach test works?
Yes.
I show you an ink blot, and you sneak your way into an interpretation. Pretending
kinda.
to fix other people's problems while avoiding your own.
Maybe.
What nonsense.
Are you?
Well,
Why are you so
there's an
angry?
ink blot, there's a problem. Try and avoid your problems now.
Oh no. You just kind of sound like Tom. Oh.
I know I can.
Fuck me. No. 1 second. Sorry, I'm gonna fix one thing here. Sorry, I'm just turning down the game audio in OBS a little bit. Okay. Oh, and now my chat's in a weird spot. Dang it. 1 second, let me scoot. There we go. Okay. Oh god. Oh lord. Okay. All right. Oh. No. Fun fact about that. Okay, so I have to get back to the elevator without that thing seeing me. Okay, and now the music is starting to absolutely bop. Are you kidding me? What's that? Okay. Okay, I'm assuming we're going like video game logic where his eyes can, where like the light is its field of vision. I was wrong. Oh goodness. Oh gosh. Oh no, I'm going home. Goodbye. Bye. Whoa. Can it follow me? The guitar's playing itself. What's happening? Oh, okay, I'm good. I'm sorry if I blew out somebody's eardrums with that high-pitched noise. You just made the Hank Hill blah blah. Oh fuck, it's still here. Hi friend, bye friend. I'm just gonna go to the elevator. You really just do not need to worry about me. Oh, yeah, no, whenever I'm scared, I just ramble.
This elevator button is missing.
Yep, it is. Now it is no longer. Bye, friend. Goodbye. Look at him run. Look at your silly fucking arms. Bye. Oh, and now it's just gone. It just like went into that box and disappeared. Okay. Yeah, I guess he can't. I was just hoping that he couldn't come into my house that looked kind of like a liminal space. Oh, is that the guy whose laundry I messed up? Oh no. You know what? He's fair. It's actually very fair if he wants to murder me. Okay, apartments. Okay, the Icarus painting again. This that looks like a painting I would do. Oh, and the creepy eye one again. Oh. I'm breaking the rules. I'm not an employee. Ha 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 ha. Hello. Hi. Oh, I didn't mean to crouch. Oh,
It's blocked from the other side.
Well, I don't like that it did actually open and then shut. Okay. Hi. Do you want to talk to me again? Friendo? No? Okay.
There's no one out there.
Huh. You're making a very, very, like, huge assumption here, Desmond. Just, like, maybe the phones in this building aren't working. Oh. Oh, somebody broke this. I love this wallpaper, though. Okay, 1. Okay, good. We're going in order. The color in this game, they are. It is a pretty game, especially for, you know, this like little indie thing. Oh, Virginia. Okay, we talked about her a little bit in the. I am sorry. Who is this lad? I love this little boy. I'm, Virginia. That was your name, yes. I'm confiscating this boy. It seems like you're not here. Oh, that's a Rorschach test that got messed up. All right. Dearest, I've resorted to writing you letters because you won't answer your phone. I'm surprised not to hear the answering machine we bought you coming. Oh, 1 second. Let me toggle the text here. For some reason, my brain cannot read that handwriting. It does look like the octopus from Powerpuff Girls. Yeah. No. Yeah. Dearest, I've resorted to writing you letters because you won't answer your phone. I'm surprised not to hear the answering machine we bought you coming on. Is it broken? Your father insisted we send you money for the electric bill, and though you know I love you and will support you, I do not want to encourage you begging us for money every other month. You need to find something more lucrative. Selling your toys is too niche. Okay. You were always such a personality. Maybe you could use that to your advantage somehow. Anyway, love, love, and love. Please answer your phone. Mom, Dad, and Freddie. Oh, wrong button. Oh, oh, okay. Boop. Boop. Okay. I'm loving the purple undertones here, especially because the it is, no, it's the evil octopus with the top hat. You're absolutely right, Pun. Okay, so we got more phones. The recurring theme of phones. Okay.
No signal.
Are you also emergency broadcasting? Okay. Oh, Octi wasn't evil, you're right. He was possessed by him. You are right. Thank you. Him was one of the best. Okay. Ooh, I like that one. Okay. Okay. Okay, Linen by Virginia Rule. I am not good at reading poetry, but I will do my best. She cloaks the knife with pretty linen and presents it as a gift. She croaks the phrase, "We pretty women, sending me away adrift. Her dreams are dead, so please take mine. I wonder how she sleeps at night. My dreams are nightmares stuck in time, a linen damaged by a knife." Are you okay, Virginia? Are you good? Oh, and this is your tape. Okay, and so like purple is her color because like the hallway was purple, we're having purple lighting undertones, the tape was purple. Oh, don't stay in bed. Okay. This feels like a the Lizzie Borden poem a little bit. It has a similar beat pattern. Okay, I can't leave. Him is a precious sassy thing, and I loved them. Yeah, like really, Powerpuff Girls presented us a gender non-conforming character, and none of us questioned it. Okay, so do I go? So since I can't move forward, should I go back to my office to play the tape? Yeah, I did that. So should I go? I don't want to go back up to my office though. I don't want the person whose laundry I messed up to get mad at me again. I think that's all I can do in here though. Yes? Yeah? I'm wondering why Gangrene Game was my favorite. Loved Ace. How did you feel about Ace becoming an actual member of the band Gorillaz, Jess? I still cannot believe that Ace is an actual member of the Gorillaz. Or just Gorillaz, they don't have a "the" in front of their name. Okay, alright, moving on. I do think I should just go back up and play my tape. Because that's the, Oh! Okay, yes, I am doing the right thing. Hello!
It's unbearable, isn't it? The pain of losing a
Okay, so Virginia passed away.
When she died because of it.
Oh.
What will you achieve by listening to her tape? Vindication, absolution, retribution for your misdeeds.
Maybe.
Think about it.
I don't know. Oh. Okay, I don't need batteries. Okay. Oh. More yeah, I do think the easy mode is partially them just throwing batteries at me left, right, and center. Sumi, give me his number. We cannot, apparently, we cannot *69 this and redial the number. Okay, is my friend gone? He went behind that box right there. I remember. Okay, so this area, like, oh, this is a brain now. Okay, cool. I do like that the paintings are changing. And the art is very fun. Yeah, this is where I saw it run off to. Come on, dude, what?
I know those few karate lessons you took in college gave you the impression that you can fight your way through life with nothing but your bare hands. But
You're making a lot of assumptions about me.
arm yourself, Desmond. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Something about the way that you said that makes me feel like you're not a doctor. Or you're just making fun of me. I'm assuming that when I go in here, there's gonna be like a gun on my desk. Oh, hello. Oh, there's a record. I kind of like that guy. I just want to know what his deal is. He's very angry.
You can listen to songs with this.
Let me put the tape on the record player.
No dice.
That's okay. Whenever 15AI gets the Tom Tech voice working, I'm gonna feed this guy's line. That would actually be cool to kind of compare. Oh, these changed again. Oh, that one's interesting. I'm noticing that there's a lot of purple happening in the things now.
Once more onto the breach.
Yep. Okay. Oop. Oh, and we're going again. Oh, the clock's doing stuff. Only the minute hand, though. Okay, Virginia. Let's go. Yeah, that's the most condescending I'm a doctor I've ever heard. Absolutely. Yeah, no, this dude is really angry at something that we did, and I don't know what. Okay. Whoop-bah! Also, if you've not seen me in Sea of Thieves, I make a sound every time I jump, and it's not an intentional thing. Just, I don't know. I always make a noise. I didn't even know that I did it until I was watching some Sea of Thieves stuff back. What? Okay. The noise helps. I'm just gonna... Yeah, it makes it so I can jump better. Okay. Home Mart. Okay. Oh. Then we'll just go... Oh. Go car. And then... Whoa. Okay, this one's a little bit tricky. I really like this idea of looking into the patient's mind through tape records. I like it too. That's why, like, in my post about the stream, I kind of said this is a little bit like Psychonauts, just because you are going into, you know, people's minds. Who stole this shopping cart? Actually, one sec. Desmond, can you give that a kick for me one more time, buddy? Thank you.
I can't get my food at Home Mart. I won't.
Oh, what? You think you have to go to Whole Foods?
What options do we have? Perhaps outside of Milton Haven?
No, that's even further outside where I feel safe.
Okay, so like agoraphobic, maybe? I love this game being obsessed with purple, though. It looks like purple is the character color for Virginia, because Jess, thank you. But no, so like the purple didn't come in before we went into Virginia's apartment, so I think that's just her character color.
Believe that there's an opportunity.
So I'm sure we'll get other
our exercises.
okay
Small and
other
tiny
colors that'll pop
steps.
up.
I can see you're getting nervous. That's okay.
Okay. Wah! Wah! I thought it was gonna fall. Whenever I see stolen shopping carts from my store, I want to fuck someone up. I bet, though. Ah! One death. I'm not good at platforming. I don't have depth perception, really. So it's very, very difficult for me. Woo, okay. And wah. Okay, I don't think we take fall damage. Someone has to get that. Exactly. Someone has to get that. Someone has to come collect that.
I know.
Oh.
I'm sorry. What if it overwhelms me?
I know. Stuff can be scary.
On the breath.
Anxiety is a lot.
Remember, you can call me if you need to.
And ooh-ah. Thanks, Jess. I was busy trying not to dive on the jumping noise thing. I also make noises. The noises when jumping and almost falling off things is nice. I actually, so Finn, you say push it into the river. I actually kind of wanted to see if I could. So let me, both of you, into the water. I got an achievement for that. You can't see it, but I got an achievement. Shopping for achievements. Woo! Woo! Okay. All right. But no, for real, why couldn't we do shopping at Home Mart? I don't know why my first default thing was like, oh, she thinks it's like a poor person grocery store. But I don't know. Hey, more dust particle physics. Kind of. I always appreciate when people put in dust particles. Alright. Ah! Hello! I didn't steal anything. I don't know why you're beeping at me. I literally just entered this building. Ooh, we're getting some synth, baby. Some synth in that music. It's, well, I find that to be quite rude, and also the exact opposite of what you doors are supposed to do. Well, fine. I'm just looking over. Leave me alone. Is it me, or do these doors know when I'm not looking? Call the door guy and have him fix it ASAP. I'm up to my ass with paperwork because of this investigation. Anderson. Another opportunity for me to say Mr. Anderson at every possible opportunity. Okay, yeah, that's not how that's the exact opposite of what those motion sensor doors are supposed to do. Due to an earlier incident, Homomart is temporarily closed to the general public. We apologize for the inconvenience and will reopen soon. Homomart with a little tilde. I feel like that would be of better use if it was attached to the door. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, investigation, yeah. Into a thing that apparently required police tape, so that's fun. We got mystery.
Be able to cut this.
Oh, this one is less strong police tape. Desmond can tell. Okay, so now I need a cutty object, is what you're telling me. Can't go into the women's room. Okay. I see. Kind of. Investigation to your I don't know about you guys. My browsing history is it's okay. Actually, it could be better, but it also could be worse. Let's see. Is there? I got it. Come with me. I'm gonna ram you into the door.
It's a lock with a. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's locked. No. So I know what I'm doing. I need to unlock this, and I need to shove it in the door. So I gotta get coins. Give me coins. I know. You don't have to be so insistent about it. Coins. Where would I get coins? What do I have in inventory right now? Nothing. Okay. My browsing history is probably the most boring thing ever. Yeah, Jess is probably the worst. You're right. Just guilty. Okay, can I okay. Well, if you're gonna keep me in here, could you at least give me like a penny? A penny of some kind, please.
It's unrealistically durable.
But you just said I could cut this. Okay. Try a oh, cash register. That's a good idea. Let me see if I can find one. Get my flashlight a little bit more. Okay, where? Cash register. Oh. Oh. Sounds like a train. I don't know why they would program it with that noise. Yeah, yeah. And there aren't any phones in here. I'm obviously... Welcome to me in puzzle games. Unrealistically durable, please. Yeah! He said, Okay, yeah, I know. I know I'm leaving it on for too long. They have to stop you somehow, I guess, yeah. But no, me in puzzle games, this is how it always goes. It's me, like, staring at things for a while. Can I crouch? Can I jump? Okay. For real though. Hey, do you want to help me? Oh, fuck. Are you actually watching me over there? Huh? Huh? If you are and you want me to get through this, throw me a quarter. Can I can't move this one? Okay, I'm gonna just assume that one's welded to the floor. Amazing timing though. Yeah, I lucked out on that one actually, that I was looking there. Let me see. Okay, let me look at this again.
It's a lock with a coin slot.
Okay. Alright.
No dice.
I can't say anything because you see me play puzzle games. Yeah, no, this is weird. Did I miss something outside, maybe? Yes, I understand. Let me go... Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have it on to like toggle on and off. Okay, I can't leave. Did I accidentally miss something and accidentally soft lock myself in here? What am I missing? What am I missing here? Huh. Unnecessary. I heard something over here. Hey! Can you go? I can't go into either of these. They are both occupied. Can I hardcore parkour off of these shelves? Oh, maybe I can just dead sprint through the doors. I haven't really tried it. Let's go! Nope. There's nothing else I can interact with besides the carts, though. Did I really just, like, accidentally soft block myself or something? Or is there something over here? What's going on? What am I missing? What am I missing? I appreciate that you're keeping the ambiance going, but also, please, literally just toss me a nickel. I don't know what coinage I need. Oh, can I? Oh, nope. Nope. Stuck. Okay. And I can't interact with these ones. What am I supposed to do? Really though, did I miss something? What do I do? Or did I like miss? Wait, the dude, the phone man, who is angry at me, he said something about arming ourselves. Did I accidentally like not see a weapon that was spawned or something, and now I can't like... Like I can't move on? Or let me see, isn't there like a... Let me see if I hit Q if something happens. Nope, okay. I think I might have like missed something somehow. I think I might have messed up. I think this is on me. Oh, I saw there was a thing. Okay. Yeah, I think I might have messed up. One second, let me look. I'm gonna cheat just a little bit, and I'm just gonna look at a guide and read a quick, like, 2 seconds. Pizza. Whoop, in sound mind. Yeah, because if I missed something, that's partially on me, but also partially on the game if it didn't stop me from moving on. Okay. No, there's nothing. That's not a thing. Okay, here we go. Come on, Reddit. Come in clutch for me, bud. All right. Oh, nope, that's a video. I would like a thing I can read, please. Thank you. Demo. Cool. Okay. There's no text walkthroughs, so I don't really know what to do. I'll start this person's video. I'll just mute it so it doesn't play on stream. Just to I'll see what they do really quick and hope that they at least do something that I didn't do. Real, did I already mess up and soft lock myself? I saw that people had issues with that, but not until like way later. So I'm very special. And getting it out here early. Okay, and the video won't load. Okay, 1 second, let me go back to the game. Oh, and now game is dark. Now I cannot see game. There, okay, that took a second, but it's back. But no, for real, what do I do? Yes, I hear you. Might be a glitch. Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, I think. Might have to, like, reload or something. Here's hoping it autosaves. And here's hoping that checkpoint wasn't me going through this door. Fuck me. Of course. Yes. Let me see if anything else, like, spawned in, though. Cool. Yep. Nope. Nope. Okay.
Looks like it can be cut.
Yup. It certainly does. I'm gonna try to run through this thing one more time. Okay, where do you start to see me? Right there. Nope. Okay, yeah, there's no way. There is no way on this planet. Okay, yup. Yeah, I think I might have to reload from another spot somehow. Because I can't do anything.
It's a lock with a coin slot. Nothing.
And I can't reach in there and get that. Yeah, nope. There's nothing else I can do. So yeah, I think I might need to reload. Yeah, and I can't, like, hit things. All I can do is hold my flashlight. Let me just make sure there isn't, like, a button for me to, like, put away my flashlight or something. Crouch toggle. Forward, left, right, jump, sprint, crouch. Use. Last weapon. Inventory. Previous item, next item. Weapon fire. Alt fire. Reload equipment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Nope. Okay. Yep, so I'm gonna go back to the menu real quick. Hopefully it had other... Oh, I might have to do a new game, actually. Because that continue game is gonna just put me right back where I was. Walk in it backwards. because it knows when you're looking. Finn, you are, yes. Okay, yes, I'm gonna try and walk backwards. I'm gonna go backwards. Come on, Desmond, let's go. Finn! Yo! What? You know what? I should have paid closer attention to that note. Great job. Thank you, Finn. Thank you, Finn, for having the brain cell, because I would have played all the way back to there again and would have still been stuck. That's very fun. That was totally on me not understanding it. I think that was very fun. Yeah, so Rabbit, there was a little thing right next to it, the little note that said, "Oh, why does it feel like these doors can tell when I'm looking?"
It's a coin slot.
Can I press? No, press the button and see if there are any extra coins in there. Damn it, no. No, I think that's fun. I think so that's a good indicator of like what kind of stuff we're looking at here. We have the 1 second. Let's do this as an announcer voice.
We have the lowest prices, we guarantee it. Shop smart and save up to $200. Chorizo, TM, 42-inch TV by Shinichi, stereo sound audio jacks, $499.99. 1 year warranty on all electronic purchases over $100. Summer sale going on now. Get the season's hottest deals. Bonobo, TM, 27-inch TV with a built-in VCR. Stereo sounds, audio video jacks are a feature. Save up to 30% on select products, all cordless phones, 20% off. See page 6 for more.
Every escape room, you are absolutely right. Hello. Who was that? Hello. Okay. More strong police tape. I see. Oh, hey. Oh, that was you. Okay. I see. Oh, well. Oh. I see. Hi. How are you? What's your name? What's your Jorge? Hi, Jorge. How are you? Please don't move, bud. Honestly, it would just make my day if you stayed put. All right. Okay. Let's go. Oh, and there's more. Okay, your name is? Oh. Inez. Hi, Inez. Officers, for your safety, use extra caution stepping behind the yellow tape and into the crime scene. There's plenty of broken glass and sharp objects lying around. Okay. Okay, so something bad happened. There was also a lot of broken glass in Virginia's place, so obviously, I think whatever happened here has something to do with Virginia. Hi, Dave. Oh no, did she kill people? Oh no, did she still go through? Okay. Bets for right now, just based on the damages on these mannequins. My guess is that Desmond still pushed Virginia to go to this place that she didn't want to go to as like, you know, an exposure therapy anxiety exercise, and she snapped and killed a lot of people and probably ended up having to be put down by police. That is my bet. There's an eerie feeling here ever since the incident. Something lingers. And what's with all the mirrors everywhere? Ooh, and all the mirrors in Virginia's place were broken. Interesting. What's your name? Samantha. Hi, Samantha. Okay. All right. I do like that this is a maze. This is fun. Hey, hey, Inez? Where are you? Dave? Oh, Dave's gone. Samantha, are you still here? Okay, Samantha's still here. Or suicide by police, exactly. Exactly. Wonderful. This is great. Okay, it's coming directly from... Wait! Oh god! Oh god! What?
sharp as a knife.
What? Okay. Okay. Oh. Bye, Sumi. Nice. Yeah, no, I thought I was dead. I thought that was it. Let me get my voice on for this particular text.
She can't stand the sight of herself. I don't blame her, but she needs to see the world for what it is. Help her reflect on this. Show her what she needs to see.
Lure the watcher, don't like that. Yeah, I also don't like that. Especially because, you know, all the stuff that's been happening with the security cameras, that can't be good. Okay, bullets, wonderful. Oh, that's a big store. Okay. Ah. Maintenance. There are rats in the vent above the Thank you. Yes, thank you, Jess. There are rats in the vent above the electronics exhibit. That explains the smell. We can't open the exhibit until the vents are cleaned out and they are directly above the staged mirror. Please enter the vents via the compressor room at the east wing and clear them. Anderson, son of a bitch. And a little rat drawing. Oh, I just noticed I have the prompt to... Oh... That's really cool. Yo, what? Oh, and that eye is from one of the paintings in our office. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, so that's just kind of there right now, huh? And now it's kind of gone now, huh? Okay. Hello. Nope. Okay. Do I have to go back to the other places? Well, it just gave us the prompt for the... What area was that? The vents via the compressor room in the east wing. So it's going to be like over here. Can I switch back over to... Yes, thank you. Compressor. Okay, it's over there. So I can go to the entrance, over to the registers, and then back. Gotcha. Wouldn't it be fucked up if supermarkets were real? I know, right? I'm just looking behind myself now. Oh. I see. Ah! Hello.
Hold the broken mirror up close. It sees more than you ever could. Face the mirror. Face your fears.
Neat. Hi, Samantha? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh, Samantha's gone. Dang it. Everybody's gone. Ah. Where are you? Oh, no. Oh. That was pure luck. That was pure luck that I didn't die there. No? Okay, so I should not interact with that. Oh. Leave me alone. Don't look at me. I see. I'm respecting you by not looking, exactly. Hello? Okay, yes, so the... Are you okay? Hey, stop it! Hey! No, I see you! Good. I, by the way, love that. I love using that mirror shard to, like, find her behind me. Amazing. Great. 10 out of 10. Oh, registers! Give me your money! Give me the money.
Scanner.
Okay.
Nothing.
No. $3.99. Okay, so I need to find something that is worth $3.99 is what I'm taking from this. What about you? $2.50, and this one has fingerprints on it. Okay. $2.50. Well, $3.99, $2.50. $5. Okay. And $4. Okay. All right. As a way of killing two birds with one coin, we're combining selling off our new postcard collection with our freshly minted HomeMart coins. Customers spending specific amounts of money on postcards at checkout will receive one HomeMart coin each. Can you stop being like? Can you stop for a second? I'm reading. Customers spending specific amounts of money, one coin each. How's that for creative thinking? It seems really pointless. Your individual sums are written below your registers. Postcards on sale. HomeMart postcard. Point Icarus postcard. General section by electronics. The Mayor postcard. The Elysium State postcard. A single item can be scanned multiple times. Okay, interesting. All right, so we should have some postcards over here. I do not need bullets, for I do not have a gun yet. Okay, I see you. It's a general area by the registers. There were postcards. I see you over there, little red dot. Oh. Price tag says $2. Okay. $2 one was this. What? No. Oh, so I'm going to have to probably get things to add up to a certain amount. Let me see if I can find one more postcard for the $4 one. Ah, don't do that. Hi. Hi. I see you. Oh. Oh. Everything okay back there? Where? What's the yellow? Is it just the lights? Oh, it's just these things right here. Manager room. Okay, I'm also just realizing the whole puzzle of walking backwards into the,
The door to the east wing is locked. Nothing.
walking backwards through the door to get into here was kind of, pointing out what we would have to do. Which is just looking behind us a lot. Okay. Oh, no, that's bullets. There wasn't anyone that just was $2, right? Or was it you? No, you're $2.50. And you were $3.99. Are there any other postcards around? Or am I just kind of barking up the wrong tree here again? Oh wait, same thing can be scanned multiple times. Doi, $4. I got there.
Item scanner.
Thank you! HomeMart coin. It seems so pointless. Okay. Alright, finally I get to take a cart. Okay. Okay. Alright, hello! I have returned with coin. Give me the cart. Give me cart.
It's a lock with a coin slot.
Yes, that one. Perfect. Come with me. Can I... Ah! It moved on its own. Okay. Can I... just... Can I take you? Okay, do I just go around? Hi. Oh, yep, I just go around. Vitalix increases your health every 3 pills. Oh, cool. I might no longer have a health of 0. That probably would be helpful. Okay. So I got that. Oh, hush. I see you. Okay, and this was locked, yeah? Yeah. Okay. So the other ones... Let me see where the other ones were. Okay, so you... So Point Icarus is the general section by electronics, Mayor. Entrance Plaza by the photo booth. Okay, I know where the photo booth is. All right, and then dairy and meat. Gotcha. I see. Okay, here we go. What are your guys' thoughts? How are we feeling about this in general? Oh. No. No. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Hey! Oh! Ooh. Ooh. That was close. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, so this is all snackies. Okay. This is okay. All right, so I need to go back to kind of the beginner. Okay, so that's the food section. Reminds me of some Eldritch stuff for some reason. I like it. It does have some Eldritch tones to it. You're not wrong. Okay. Oh gosh. Oh, the frowny face is kind of sad. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Whoa. She's quick. She's quick. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay? Okay. But she is obviously tied into the sensors in some way. Oh, the dairy section. Okay. Where did that photo booth go? Okay, so this is where I came in. Photo booth's over here? Oh. Okay, so that one's worth 50 cents. Okay, so there was a 250. Okay, and that's the thing that I read over there. All right. So I think that's one.
It's a coin slot. Not working.
Okay, I'll go get another coin and I'll come back for you. All right. Hi. I'm just doing my grocery shopping. Mondays are actually the day that I genuinely do go grocery shopping, so I'm just kind of getting the essentials. Don't mind me.
It's an item scanner.
So you first, and then you. Ta-da! Okay, back to the photo booth. Yes, back to photo booth. They are throwing a lot of health items at me too, so. That one wasn't good. That one was not a good beep. I don't trust that one. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh God, where are you? Where are you? Where? There! It's a fun mechanic. I do think she's coming up maybe a little bit too much. I think but she's coming up a little bit unpredictably, which is fun. Hi! Ah. I wasn't ready. Aren't you supposed to prompt me? Fuck right the fuck off. Are you kidding me? Yes! This is everything that I look for in this kind of thing. Oh my God. I love this. I love this. Me and Nick Valentine, yeah, no. Oh my God. Amazing. It's so good. No, I want to take it. Let me keep this. Come on, picture me and my buddy. Was that all that was for? Oh, did you leave me a note? Oh, got some stealth. That's good, I suppose. This is the fun. Yeah, no, this is great. This is awesome. I'm loving this. I do actually want my mirror out though. Hey. Oh, I just brought it up with this sad face. Excuse me. I'm not trying to. Okay, I need to remember where the... Oh, Lord! Where'd you go? 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 Okay. Whew, I saw her head on that time. That was... Huh. She's one of the monsters in the Steam little banner thing. Okay, food section. All right, how do I get there? Ah. Okay, so this is the mirror that broke. Oh, hey, I'm back with the map. This is very convenient. Okay, so. Well, yes, I understand that the food section is there, but how do I get there? Oh, there's a way to go around. I can't go through there, though. Okay, so where are other ways for me to go? So I can go this way. So there's the registers. This over here. Okay, but that door is also locked. This is general section, CVV room. Electronics! Oh, but that's also blocked. Okay. Okay. Where am I going? Locker room, staff. Okay, so yeah, so this area right here I can't access at all. This is all a no. But so, and then that also is blocked off. Let's see, entrance area have anything else? No. Yeah, and that's the door I can't go in. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the registers and see where the other, because I remember that one of the. Whoa, was that just a visual glitch? What was that? I think I. Oh, wait. Ah ha ha ha.
It's a fuse box.
Okay, so I need to find another fuse. Don't like that scritchy noise.
It's no use.
Eep! Don't. There she goes. Hi! How are you guys? Oh, are these circles where mirrors are? Because I know my prompt is to lead them to the mirrors. Your internet went out, but you're back. Welcome back! Okay. I got turned around and I didn't go the way that I wanted to go. I wanted to go back to the registers. Oh. Oh, there's more than one. Oh, there's more than one. Yeah, there's more than one. Hi. Uh-huh. Ah. Oh! I saw her. I saw you. Where'd you go? Excuse me, ma'am. Oh, gosh. Oh, goodness. Sorry. Let's see. The other mirrors. I think that is indicating mirrors. Oh, hey! Over here. Okay, the Point Icarus postcard is $1. Okay, so I can get the $5 one now. What is this Sandra Cohen bullshit? What's happening here? Oh. Oh! Are these all the ones we saw? Yes, that's Jorge, Dave, Inez, and Samantha. What? Welcome to the Magnus Archives, right? Okay, so this, I need to lure her over here somehow. Where is she? So I could kind of see her outline for a second. Oh, that's the mannequins. Oh. Okay, she's not really around right now. But, okay, maybe she is actually around right now. Okay, so I think... I'm not judging you. No judgment here. Judgment-free zone, really. But I think... Oh, I think she's right here. I think she's over here. Excuse me. Hi. Would you like to follow me? Oh, God, this is a bad idea. Hi! Bye! Come here. Come here. Oh, man, I moved too fast. Hi again. Get out of here. Mirror. Hey! I figured it out! Ooh! Okay, and I got a key. Wonderful. Alright. Oh, and the mannequins are gone. Yes. This is great. This is wonderful. I love this. The ghost, I thought I saw a whole person here, and they're just gone now. Okay, let's go. I think this. Oh, let me get a. I think she did kind of bop me on the leg a little bit, so I will munch. Okay. Oh, that's my help down in the bottom left. I see. Where are you? No. Okay, that's okay. Right, this one was the $5 one. Yes. Okay.
It's an item scanner.
Okay, so now I need to remember which one is what. So this one was $1. And then this one was $2. Yes. Oh, shoot. No, hey. Okay, another coin. I do not know what to do with it.
The door to the east wing is locked. Needs a key.
Oh, perfect. Wonderful. That just really worked out in my favor. Everything's coming up Millhouse. All right. Is there weird stuff here? There is a mirror over there, but otherwise we're pretty okay, it looks like. Wonder... Sounds like there's a messed up fuse in here. Oh, yep. That can't be good. Hello? No? Okay.
Nothing.
I know. Hello? Mannequin over there. What did you do to this printer? How did this happen? What? How did you do this? Honestly, I'm more impressed than anything. How? What? Oh. Oh, different room, not connected. Thought they were connected, maybe. The little frowny face. Oh, Dave! Oh, no. Dude, can you believe all this CCTV crap? Does he really have to keep an eye on us all the time? That control freak can probably see me writing this from his office right now. That's what I'm assuming the noise of the frowny face is. Maybe his former employees stole from his registers, but we ain't about that. Right? I don't know, man.
Is anybody even out there?
Oh, cool, cool. Got more peels. Oh. Is this gonna hurt me? Oh, yep, that's immediately gonna hurt me. So I have to figure that out. All right. Oh, there's goop. There's shimmery goop. What are you doing here, goop? Why is there goop? Oh, fuck. It's my buddy. It's my pal. Oh, God. Oh, gosh. Ooh.
Might be able to break this with something.
With the back of my hand, baby. And I'm going to close that. I am not getting snuck up upon. Okay, batteries are all good. Police report. Yes, yes, give me the information. What's happening? Incident 099 510 Crocus Victim. Virginia Rule. Location of occurrence, point of contact, Mr. Anderson Parker. On a Wednesday afternoon, the sheriff's department received a call from Mr. Anderson Parker, manager at Homa Mart department store, about a distraught woman screaming and breaking various items in the store. Dispatch sent a call. Oof. Do we have... No, there's not like a... Oh, oop. E is how I exit out of things. Hi! Hey, is it my little bunny ear bud from the photo booth? Hi, man.
They called her. Quite the way to say she was out of her mind. You could have helped her.
Yeah, it is Virginia.
But you were too busy looking at her scars, weren't you?
I feel like that's also part of being a doctor, you know, looking at previous injury, but I don't... fine. Apparently it's not good enough for you. Okay. There's a safe. So that's good to know. Anything else in here? Oh! Ooh.
I wonder what he's got to hide. A closer look in the mirror might reveal his addiction. Just try not to make his addiction your own.
Are you talking about my buddy? My laundry friend? The guy whose laundry I messed up? Can I... Aw. Ooh. Okay. Yes, CCTV room. Thank Lord for the CCTV. Not only can I now catch shoplifters in the act, but thanks to my crafty intellect, I will never forget the code to my safe, for it is embedded, hidden away through the lens of a security camera. Great work, Anderson. Great work. Through the lens of a security camera. So do I need to...
There's no power.
Ah. Why? Why did it do that? Pen and sticky notes. It's a bunch of sticky notes and a pen. No idea what to do with it. But I'm taking it. Okay. Okay, so I have to figure out power here. And there's also just an excess of electricity on this other area here. Yeah, no, yeah, that's the whole problem here is just I really messed up everybody's laundry. I took that fuse that I took was like the only good washing machine or like the only dryer that actually like dried clothes, and now everybody's really mad at me. I'm sorry. Did anybody else see that there was a shadow running at me? I did kind of fuck myself. Hey, buddy. Buddy, old pal. Don't mind me. Fuck. Oh, goddamn. No, 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 no. If I do the mirror thing at you, do you hate it? No, you don't. Okay, goodbye. Oh, God, I'm in a corner. I don't like this. Oh, God. Not good. None of this good. All bad, none good. The 69, nice. Oh, God. I know. I know, Desmond, I know. Can you use it? Oh, that's a good question. Can I hit you? Can I bonk you? Bonk? Bonk? Oh. It dissolved into a cereal box. Thanks. I guess. Yeah, thanks, Pond. Thanks for reminding me to use the sharp pointed object in my hand as a weapon. So I just got very used for it being like a utility tool, not a hit things kind of weapon, kind of thing. David, you fool! You forgot your punch card in the machine again. Are you really that dumb? I slipped it in your locker again, Inez. Okay, so we got that. Power room. Wonderful. I require power for a thing. Oh, Lord. Okay, okay. Oh no, is it a button puzzle? Power box instructions. This power box is wired to the following offices. Offices, manager room, CCTV room, hallway, staff room, compressor room. Use each lever to toggle power in its corresponding room. Power is distributed from the left to the right on the power box. Warning, if there is an electrical malfunction in one of the rooms, the room to its right will not receive power until the electricity in the malfunctioning room is toggled off. Okay. So you off? Oh, no, you off? You on? What was H? Is the hallway. No, I want those lights on. Thank you. And then I can probably take it off of the staff room. Okay. Okay. Now let me find my way back. You're playing FNAF now? Not yet. Not now. Not at this moment in time. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so that's the... Is this the door that was locked from the other side? I don't know. I was running through here in a mad dash. Okay, yeah. Oh, and another map. Thank you. Very convenient, very good. Okay, so the compressor room is that one. Locker room over here. Not yet implies that you will at some point. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe one day. It's a big if. Okay, so the staff room. Gotcha. I did turn off the power to the staff room, I think. Because that's the one that had the deadly printer. Hi, everybody. Oh no, this is the one that had the... Oh hey, I have a coin for you. Let's get a soda. Soda.
Coin, but nothing happened.
Well.
Damn thing still owes me.
Well, that is some bullshit. I hate it when that happens. I'm just shutting the doors behind me because I really don't want to get snuck up on.
It's a locked locker.
Okay.
Worth a try.
Alright. Thanks, Dave, for your locker key, man. I really appreciate it. Did you really have to do it like that? Thank you. You still here? Dave, I take that back. You're all right. We're buds. Thank you. Someone is running late. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. You really didn't have to do it that way, but it's all right, I suppose. I thought I saw another thing I can interact with. Oh, there it is. Here? Ooh.
She had mentioned a boy. I saw him on the evening news. He said she was always a little crazy. We just didn't know to what end.
Oh no. Yeah, I think she might have done a suicide by police or had to get put down. Okay, Dave. Bye. The humor in this game is just the right amount of goofy and subtle. Exactly. I'm enjoying the goofs. Okay.
Damn thing still owes me.
Rude. Hey, Dave, are you still in here? Do you know how to? Okay. Do you know how to? If you're still around and can hear me in some kind of weird ethereal corporeal way, non-corporeal way, can you like kick this real hard and get the soda for me? It ate my coin. Okay. Oh, it's starting the music again. Oh, is my friend back? Oh, he is. Oh, hi, bud. How are you? 2 of them? Well, now that's not fun. Or enjoyable. I forgot that I can crouch. Hi. You don't see me. You don't. You don't. You don't see? Nope. Keep on walking. Wonderful. Thank you. Oh, fuck. Okay, fine. I'm swinging. I'm hit the wrong button. I'm swinging. Will you turn into a cereal box, please? Turn into a cereal box, you too. Become cereal. Stop it. Become cereal. Stop it. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh. They didn't become cereal. Oh, no, they did! Thanks. Detroit become cereal.
Reader. It's on.
All right. Fun. Okay, yep. Clues are on up. Oh, hi, Inez? Oh. Hi. Okay, so that one, are you telling me to go there, bud? Oh, this is Jorge. Hi, Jorge. I like because they're trippy colors when you kill them. They look like confetti. They do. Okay. Oh. Oh, you're giving me a boost? Jorge, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Sorry I had to step on your head for that second jump. I didn't think I would have to. Bye, thank you. You're very helpful. I really appreciate it. Oh, okay. So I need to go over there now is what you're telling me. Thank you. Whoop. Oh, sorry. Can you give me another boost, bud? Thanks. I really appreciate. I don't have depth perception really, so it's really hard for me to do these kind of things. So I really appreciate your understanding. I'm really sorry. Sorry, man. Okay. Let's go. Alright, okay. I'm gonna make it this time. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make this time, Jorge. Just you watch, man. I got this. I did it! See? I did it, man! I told you! Oh, thank you! Thank you again. Oh, is there something up here? Oh, battery! Thank you! Okay, let me get my bonking stick. My bonking glass. Bye! Thank you, Jorge! You guys are very, very helpful. I really appreciate it. The twist of mannequins being helpful is something I'm super happy about, not gonna lie. Same, yeah, I was not expecting that. Okay, yeah, we definitely don't take fall damage because that should have hurt somebody's kneecaps. Oh. Uh-huh. I see. Nope, I can't bonk that one. That one is not bonkable. This one, though, this one looks looks a little bit broken. Now it looks very broken. Oh, rats! Hi, guys! I know that this is kind of a decrepit building and you are just, Oh, hi! Hey, rats. Look, guys, I'm actually not an exterminator. I know that's probably your first thought when a person comes crawling through here, but I'm just kind of going around, and I will not disturb you in any way, shape, or form. I like rats. Okay. And down we go. Woo! Oh. Well, that I don't like. Oh, assholes. They turn red when they notice that I'm looking at them. Okay, I see. I got you here. Yeah, you like rats a lot. Shut. Thank you for the redeem, but also shut up. All right. Okay. Hazardous voltage inside, keep out. Keep out of where? Oh, keep out of here. Gonna do the opposite of that, sorry. Okay.
It's a fuse box.
Okay, more fuses that I need. Rats, rats, they're the rats. Okay. Okay. I see. Please, please, game, you cannot present me with a TV this big and not make it do something spooky. Let something come out of this TV. Let me see a big spooky thing. You have to do something with this, right? Like, you have to. It's the law. Chekhov's TV. Jorge, finish unpacking and neatly organize all the new Shinichi TVs. See that nothing happens to the new Shinichi XXL. That's our beautiful new crown jewel. Then turn everything on via the switch by the door. Just make sure it's powered first. Anderson. Let it be a portal to the shadow world with a giant talking teddy bear. That'd be neat. I'd be down for anything. Just so now, obviously, now that they've addressed... Did these turn around? Did those cameras turn around to look at me? Or were they always... Oh, no, I think they were always facing that way. No, they turned. They turned. They turned around. To watch me. Okay. Okay. Don't judge me. Leave me alone. I'm sorry, honey. I know something bad happened to you, sweetheart. I'm just kind of doing what I gotta, man. Okay. Okay, so that's the button I have to...
Nothing.
Oh, perfect. Fuse. Thank you. Wonderful. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume, that as soon as I put the fuse in here and press the button, I'm gonna need to book it.
It's a fuse box.
Okay, fuse good. All right. Okay, I'm prepared to run. Nice effect with the camera. Yeah, right? It was really, really subtle. Like, I wasn't even 100% sure if I was just, misremembering. All right, let's go. Okay, welcome to heck. Oh, friend, come on.
Being judged, being watched, being looked at, these are the things she tried so hard to escape from. They always turned eyes on her.
Oh, keep hitting escape to get out of these things, and that's not what we're doing. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh! Yes. 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 Oh. Oh my God. Yes. So we have to get them all facing the same way. We're gonna make you guys all face forward. Okay, yeah, so they all need to look at the big TV. Okay, so you're gonna need to look that way. Oh, I love this. I'm back. What did I miss? Did I miss the ghosts? Not yet. Why did the game leave you that note? Anyone with eyes could tell you that stuff. That is... God, thanks, Jess. Sorry, I got really invested in the game for a second. I stopped looking at chat. But no, I love this. I love this. This puzzle is great. Oh. What's with these creepy eyes? Yeah, it's the girl Virginia had some kind of problem with people looking at her made her very anxious. Okay, I'm gonna have to run. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Come on, Virginia, let's go. All right, honey, come on. Come on. Mirror. Come on, honey. Sorry. There you go. All right. She didn't like to be perceived. Yes, I know how that is. All right, okay, 1 second. Voice again.
The world is better off without the broken. They bring pain and they inflict their pain onto others. Are you broken as well?
Caught in the beholding. I know that's Magnus Archives. That's all that I know. Oh, is that now a big hole? Okay. I'm gonna go turn off the power before that electrocutes me to death. I'm gonna steal that fuse, actually, because there was another thing that needed a fuse, yeah? Bye! It's mine now. Free fuse for me. Okay, that didn't change. I thought it might have. That was cool, though. I really liked that. Is that a tiny dollhouse? The toy area? Yes, Jess. It's the toy area. Let's go. Oh, this is exciting. Oh, and she made toys. Wait, she made toys.
I need a coin. It's no use.
Okay. Oh man, I shouldn't have used it at the fucking the soda. I don't even drink soda. I made a mistake. Mom was making dinner, but now she's in the freezer. Please, please, please tell me that I'm gonna find some dolls and I'm gonna put them in this dollhouse. Like it's fucking Bly Manor. Let's do it. Come on. By fire, Dad would sleep all day. I stuffed him in the loading bay. In the attic, he had courage. Now my brother hides in storage. Me? I'm fine. I'm good. Then crash, and since I'm bad, I'm lifeless trash. Perfect. Yes.
It's a small rounded slot.
Wonderful. Yes. Good. Perfect.
dice.
I love this. Yes, yes, yes. Can I open it? Oh, so when you say that there's like a small slot, I think I need to get something to open it. Oh. Staff. Most of the new toys were lost in the crash. Okay. With that note mentioning that she crashed. Oh god, did she kill her parents? I think she might have. I think she might have killed her because we saw the note from Mom, Dad, and Freddie, who I'm assuming is her brother. So I think she might have killed her whole family. Oh no. I'm keeping this area sealed and covered until we get the new collection. Don't go in there. It's currently being used as storage. There are unopened boxes and a mirror in there. And honestly, creepy bad vibes. Anderson. It's Sea of Thieves all over again. Leave me alone. Alright, okay, I can finally get rid of this.
I could probably break this with something.
Or you can move it with your hand. That works, though. Oh, this is the first mirror, right? Yes, this was the first one. Okay, so, 1 second. Let me go ahead. I just want to... Okay. So... Okay, 2 more watchers need to get lured to the mirrors. Pills, unlock the toy... Unlock and get to the toys area. 4 dolls left. Welcome to hell! Welcome to hell! Crack the manager's safe. Oh shit! Yeah, let me go back and do that thing with the safe with the CCTV cameras. I got totally distracted and didn't even go back there. All right, sweetie. Okay, just know that I'm not trying to do anything. All right, I'm just trying to get back to the registers, ma'am. I'm very sorry. It's not intentional. All right. Beep. There's an ear. Oh yeah, I already read this. What's with all the mirrors everywhere? Okay, back to the office. Are my buds back? Perfect. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Let me write this really quickly. because it said the code was hidden in the CCTV camera, so I'm gonna assume that it's the number 4. Oh, there she is. 1, aisle 1. Look at, oh, this is nice. This is a good way to get like a decent look at her. Oh, she has like a mask or her own mirror that she's holding in front of her face. That's neat. Look at her. And her little tentacle legs. Love it. Love it. Okay. Oh, and then there's a number 5 down in the bottom right corner. Oh, and oh, 2 in the foreground here. And there she goes. Wonderful. 4152. Love it. Yikes, looks like I won't be sleeping tonight. I'm sorry, Exceed. If there's anyone who's going to be losing sleep, it's probably going to be me. Okay, where was that safe? It's right over here. Oh. Oh, shit! No, 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 no. She, like, dived into the floor. I saw that. Friend, no. Okay. Alright. Okay. Oopsie. I've already messed up. 4. 1. 5. 2. Perfect. Oh, pills. And pills. 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 Is that it? Wow. Why was this manager keeping drugs in a safe? Why? Why would you do that? Okay, and I think that's everything I've already seen. Yeah. Oh! 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 The addiction thing! A closer look in the mirror might reveal his addiction. Let me just see if there's anything. Hey, that was neat, though. Have you ever met a manager at a Walmart? Have you met one? Yeah, I get that. That was cool. Okay. All right. Oh, nope, nope. I want this button. Okay. Okay. There's one. I need to get one more coin. And I think that one was in the food storage area. Let me see. So this guy, $1.50, and the other one was $3.99, so I need to find a 99-cent one. Okay, where was the other one at? Yeah, Elysium State Park, dairy and meat section. Alright, let me see if I can't get back over here and see that map again. See how I get into that area that I... Oh! Hey! Hey! Who is this? Oh! Where is she? Where is she? Where are you? Hi! Hey, stop it. Sorry. Oh, hey! Hey, 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 hey! Oh, Dave! My man! My dude! My bro! Where do I go, man? Oh, fuse, fuse, fuse! There was a fuse box! Yeah! Thank you, thank you! Oh, Samantha, hi! Yeah, there was a fuse box around one of these doors. I just remembered. Okay. Oh, hi, guys! Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I see you already. I already see you. Sorry. Where are the other mirrors? Okay, they're both, like, over that-a-way. Like, in here.
It's a fuse box.
Perfect. Slightly less perfect. Who's this? Oh, Jorge! Again! My man! My guy! Oh, can I inspect you? Oh, do you need something to write with? Or a face? Achievement unlocked. Turn that frown upside down. I'm sorry. Should I do that to everybody? I hope that wasn't offensive to you in some way. You guys were actually very cool. Officers, for your safety, use extra caution stepping behind the yellow tape and into the crime scene. There's plenty of broken glass and sharp objects lying around. Oh. Oh, where are you? Where are you? I see you. Sorry. Oh, hi, ladies. Can I... Oh, hi, Samantha. There you go. Desmond cannot draw. Inez. Oh, you got your face clawed off. I'm sorry. Oh, but now they can see her. Now they can look at her. None of these guys have eyes, but if I put a face on them, they can see her. Right? Yeah, that's what we're doing? It was Jorge that was over here, right? He's gone? Well, I hope the face helped. I'm not. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise I'm not. I would never. You seem like you're going through a lot. Okay. Oh, I would like this food, thank you. That is probably, since I'm in the meat and dairy section, very old. Okay. Well, there should be a postcard. Oh. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Let me just keep walking around here, though, to see if there's anything else. I would let you be if I had the option to. I'm sorry.
Only so much I can carry.
I know. No, this is great. I'm very happy with all of this. Just because they have eyes doesn't mean that they're watching you, sweetheart. I'm sorry. Oh, if they... Wait. Mannequin buds? Can we not be jerks and go and harass her, please? Don't go harass her is what I'm trying to say. Please let her be. Oh, hi! You guys are back. Oh, hi. Inez. Inez has the claw marks. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is there a mirror around here? This way? Huh. Oh, hi guys. Oh, this way. Oh, yes. Okay, let me see if I can't get her. Where is she? Can you guys like go get her? Oh. Oh, Dave, I didn't give you a face, bud. I'm sorry. There you go. We're going, baby. All right. There we go. Perfect. Sorry I left you out, Dave. I'm sorry. Does that help? Does that make you feel a little bit better? I hope so. Okay. Cool. That actually worked out fairly well. Oh, and I forgot to... Key to the West Wing. Perfect. Just make sure. Okay. Oh, and I will grab that. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have boosted health now because of all the drugs I stole from that manager, so let me just, consume.
Pretty good.
Oh, and that's bullets. Okay. Oh, right there! How do I get back here, though? Is there a way for me to get back here? Can I jump real good? I actually didn't expect that to work. I can indeed jump real good. Oh.
The door to the West Wing is locked.
There we go.
There's a keyhole.
Perfect. Oh, no, hey, no. Sorry. I know you're going through a ton. Where am I? Where is she? There she is. Okay. All right. So, where am I going? Storage room, maybe? Storage room, perhaps? This does give me... Ooh, maintenance closet and freezer room. Ooh, and if I go up around here, I can get into the toy area. Hell yeah. Let me go over this way first, though. Oh. What? Who did that? That wasn't funny. It was actually a little bit funny. It looked like there was an arm attached to that sharpening cart, right? Right? Did you guys also see that it looked like an arm or something? Gonna kick all these. Blah. Oh, wait. You! Oh my god. I have set off a physics chain reaction that cannot be stopped, apparently. Oh no, they're just going. Oh, hi guys. Oh, are you trying to... Don't barricade me in here. Thank you, guys. Oh. Sorry, I guess. They were really wanting me to get out of there. Okay, and this is the... Oh! What's happening? Ooh, another part of the police report. They're playing bumper car. Yeah, that's kind of what it was. I just started knocking things around to be funny, but then it just kept going. Upon arrival on the scene, the suspect had already self-inflicted a stab wound to her abdomen and a fatal wound across her neck. Paramedics were called and police tape was used to seal off the crime scene for investigation. Suspect was identified as Miss Virginia Rule, who apparently had issues being seen in public and or her own reflection. She was pronounced, I'm assuming, dead at the scene. Oh, poor thing. Okay, come on, let's talk. She was pronounced husband and wife, yes.
To stab yourself in the gut and still have enough determination to pull out the glass and slice your own throat open. I almost want to stand up and give her a round of applause.
Okay, you're slowly on my shit list because she was obviously not okay. And like obviously she was trying to work on it. Like there is no way that Desmond could have predicted that she would do that. And like maybe potentially attack other people. What's your fucking damage? Fucker! Oh, I saw you, you dick! Come on, let's have a conversation about what your problem is. That was actually very, very cool to see him peeking out of the corner like that and then seeing him turn into smoke and confetti. Okay, freezer room. Yay, okay. Maintenance closet. Very nice. Okay. Yep, this is certainly a closet that is being maintained. Alright, bye. Danger, unauthorized personnel, keep out. Oh, I have no authorizations, but oh, fuck. No. My prediction is the man on the phone is your guilt. Ooh, it might be. I'm here for a metaphorical manifestation of a person's guilt at their actions. Oh. It's her mom. And in the poem, she said that her mom is now in the freezer. And it's found with a bunch of bisected bovine! Okay, hi. Hi. Can you... Oh, are you kidding me? You jerk! What? Hey, guys! Dave, Inez, Samantha, Jorge, can we please get me out of here? Fuck. Help! Yes, please, thank you! Help! That way? Okay. What about this way? Oh! The switch, thank you. Oh, thank you so much! Oh my god. Oh gosh. Oh, wonderful. But yes. God, what is that guy's problem? Hey! Man. What was that about? Who was that? I think that was Samantha. Thank you. I love the mannequins being good guys. They're so usually put in as, you know, ooh, ooky spooky, like some cheap jump scares, but they've been like, this game has made me happy to see a mannequin, which usually is not the case, right? Okay. Wasn't there a map around here? Okay, maintenance central. Okay. The warehouse. Okay, that's blocked.
It's blocked from the other side.
Oh gosh, my friends. Hi guys. Shit, I don't want to go this way. Not right now. Bye. You guys can continue what you were doing. Goodbye. Oh no. Oh, where am I going? Nikola Orsanov could never. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh yeah, that's the cart room. Oh, can I not go anywhere else? Guys, the AC just turned on in my room, and I have a little curtain over my closet, and it just started moving, and it scared the ever-loving shit out of me. Oh yes, okay, I can go back this way where I do high jumps. Okay. Hi. I'm gonna go back to the registers. Let's see. Is she around? Oh, she's right there. Where are the registers from here? Obviously not that way, I think. Oh man, I've gotten turned around. They did a really good job of making this a little bit disorienting. Okay, yes. Oh, no. Oh, that alerted her, damn it. Okay, yep, so she is coming this way. I would rather she not. Okay, so I'm back over here. That means the registers are right there. Hey, Inez? Yes, I'm being able to recognize these mannequins. Oh, what's up? Dave? What's up? No, Jorge, what's up? Why are you looking? What? What? Oh god, can you guys just look at her for a second? Ooh, I saw not the whites of her eyes, I saw the reds of her eyes. You guys were doing good at keeping her there for a second, though. Oh, Dave, am I supposed to collect you to go with the others? Everybody else is kind of gathering over here, I guess. We're gonna try and trap her, I think. If you don't want to, that's okay. I'm just gonna go to the register and, I'm not, I promise. Okay, this one's the only one I haven't done. No, I've done this one. Oh, it's this one, the $3.99 one? Yes, okay.
It's an item scanner.
Okay, so you, and then you. Perfect. Okay, and then that was with the dollhouse. You're so cute. So I've for some reason made an emotional bond to these 4 mannequins. The panic is top notch, thanks. I do what I can. All right, so I need to get back to the toy area. So I just need to go, just nyom. Over there. Yes? Yeah, I just need to go over and just go. Just go for it, man. Why is it? Okay. Yep. Why? Hey, game. Why the stinger noise? Oh my god, Jessie! Jess! God. Oh, there she is. I see you. You don't need to worry about me. I've already gotten myself a little bit lost. I'm laughing so hard, I'm crying, thanks. That was golden. I don't know. I also know the feeling of just wanting to go home, but this one customer won't leave, so he'll just do anything to get them out. Oh man, yeah, if you've worked retail, you've for sure been there. Hi. Oh? Sorry. I do like seeing that she has like a mask. I know that you're gonna find me in a second here. I've already gotten myself lost. Hey guys, oh, hey Dave. Where'd everybody else go? That's okay. I'm assuming you're over here because I need to go over here, maybe? No. This is the registers again. I've gotten myself turned around. Okay, so registers, just had to... Thanks, Jess. Oh god. No. Sorry. Wait, did that not play on stream, Exceed? Were you guys not able to hear that? I once had a manager stand in front of our door so no one else would come in. We close in 5 minutes, you don't need in. Sometimes you gotta do that. Okay. Alright. So I'm going to make just a quick note. So mom needs to be in the kitchen, I think. Dad is by the fire.
Take care now. I love you.
That doesn't make up for it. Thank you, Jess. You can't play my husband voice to make me less mad. So Dad is in the living room, I'm assuming. See brothers in the attic. Okay, and I think those are all that I have. Okay.
It's a small rounded slot. Oh, come on.
Oh, no. Okay. Wait, no. Oh, I don't have the dad? I don't have the dad doll? I don't have two of the dolls.
No luck.
How do I not have two of the dolls? Where have I not been? Well, the answer to that question is the hallway that I ran away from.
It's no use.
Okay, so... Oh. Oh. Huh.
Guess not.
Well, what needed the coin? I'm forgetting what needed the coin. Okay, so that's the living room, though, so that's the dad doll, which I don't have. Mom's in the kitchen. That's a bathroom. That's a bedroom. Oh, brother's in the attic, though. So I know that one. Oh, gosh, okay. It's a little bit hard to see in. Oh, I can walk around it. Oh! So there's stuff back here. Okay, and then Mom, right there. Okay. Alright, I think I might have to go back to... Oh, this is what needed the coin!
I need a coin.
I got one coin. Thanks! Easiest crane game I ever played. Ignition key. I wonder what... Vehicle? I can hear the copia faintly. The sounds of Ratman in the distance.
It's blocked from the other side.
Okay. Alright, so I'm just kind of looking... So the only other mirror is right there. Like over this way. I wonder if I can maybe get her over to it? I'm so glad it like leaves that aura for a second so I can like orient myself. Yeah, so yeah, the only other place I haven't been is like this back area here where my two buddies were hanging out. Which is through that way, huh, isn't it? No. I do have to go around just because of that one piece of paper on that door. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna see maybe if I can get her over to that... Let's see if it's over there. Where? Oh, it's gonna be in like the loading bay, isn't it? No, I'm not, honey. I'm not. It's all good. Okay. Oh yes, and that one was... Yeah, this one was blocked. Okay.
It's blocked from the other side.
Alright, so I do have to kind of go around this way. I know. Alright, so yeah, I do need to go back. Hi. I want to find where that other mirror is, though, if I can. Thank you for the sticker, Jess, and also Pawn. Okay, mirror back this way. Okay, mirror's behind this wall here. You're hurting me. I'm sorry. That is never my intent ever. I'm just kind of doing what I can. Are these beans? Can I consume the beans? Thank you. Alright, let's go meet my buddies. Hey guys. How are we doing, you siren head motherfuckers? Can you, do me a very big favor and leave me alone?
Blocked from the other side.
Okay. Alright, that's okay so far. And closing it behind us. Wonderful. Okay. Alright. Let's see, can I get into the warehouse from here? No.
It's blocked from the other side.
Is that where the mirror is? Yup. It's gotta be. Or it's... over there. Okay. That's alright, we can still take a little, mosey. Take a look around here. Ah. Is there a way to get... Okay, so I think I have to get into the warehouse to get whatever's over here. Get that thing. Oh, that's the dad! He's in storage, that's right! Hey, can we lift that? Desmond, can you lift? Desmond, do you lift? Alright. Yo! Did I write this note? Yo! The gate keeps getting stuck shut. Has to be some sort of electrical malfunction. In any case, remember that forklift trick I showed you? Do that. Just be careful. Are you telling me? Game, are you gonna let me drive a forklift? Even jobs that I worked that forklifts were involved, I was not allowed to drive a forklift. Thank you. Let's go. Let's
It's the ignition key lock.
Yes, baby. Exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Excellent. The lever makes it rocket forward and also moves it up. I'm assuming that this is going to crash down, but you know what? It was fun.
Full.
Wish I could put my dad in storage and forget he's there. Oof. No, that's a whole mood. Oh, I hear you. I hear your music, assholes. Hi, guys. Oh, no, I did not want... Oh, I see. Thanks. Hi, guys. You still didn't get to drive it, that's true. I wasn't even allowed to turn one on, though, so being able to launch one into a wall was actually fantastic, and I'm very happy. It's the next best thing. Uh-oh. No. Oh, shit. Where's my glass? Hi, everybody. All right, leave me alone. If I can actually just get through here. Oh, fuck. Yeah! Bye! Hey. Ooh.
I'm all right.
Okay, I am actually all right. I didn't get hit during that. That was neat. I did okay. Oh, and this is her. She's in the trash. It's her. It's she. Oh, are you really gonna music box me right now? Actually, no, this is very cute. This is very pleasant. Nope. Oh, come on. Don't make me go back. There's a baby in this dumpster. Unfortunately, this is not Tokyo Godfathers. This is not gonna end well. Oh! Come on, dude.
How dramatic. She did call herself trash. I don't know why you're so surprised.
I was waiting for Jess to see that I put in an oh my god alert. Oh, are they gone? Okay. They are gone. And... Dad. Joseph, my beloved, exactly. It's her dad. Unlock and get to the toys area. I have done that already. Is there anything else I haven't really done? Just the mirror. That seems to be something that's kind of over here-ish. Oh, but wait, now how do I get out? Okay, I think maybe if I go around this... Oh, this is a whole other area. Huh? What's this? I'll do the hydrates when you stop spamming. I'll count all the hydrates when you stop spamming them, Jess. 1 second. Oh, yep, pronounced dead at the scene, yep. Taking statements from co-workers. Oh, so probably co-workers to Mr. Anderson is what we're talking about. Well, there's always my way, exactly. It seems Ms. Rule had a panic attack which resulted in the accidental breaking of a mirror due to the mishandling of the situation by people around her at the time. A quick escalation resulted in Ms. Rule taking her own life using a shard of broken mirror glass. There's no evidence of foul play, though I suspect she might have been in relations with a staff member named David. Dave, my man! My dude, my guy. We'll go back for questioning. Notified Mrs. Gemma Rule, her mother. Reporting Officer Leslie Rubin. That sounds vaguely familiar. Leslie Rubin. Have I heard the name Rubin? Okay, let me count all these hydrates, you jerks. Second, let me tab over. Whoop. Okay, how many hydrates? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And an ada. Okay. Do 7, I guess 7 gulps of water and an ada. There. I'm very hydrated. Do the ada with water in your mouth. Too late. Alright. Ada. Yay. Thank you guys for all the redeems. Alright. Okay. Let me check one thing over here real quick. Nice one. Thank you. I'm trying to do them like lower because it's more fun for me. Okay, so that's all doing good. Alright. So really quickly, I am... Now that I just chugged water, I'm just going to do a quick commercial break because I just realized I've been streaming for almost 3 hours and haven't taken a break. So let me do that really quickly, and then we will come back and we will finish this lovely little tape here. And before anybody asks, I'm absolutely continuing this game. I'm finishing this game. Are you kidding me? So probably during the 12-hour stream maybe at some point I'll play it. If not, I'll be playing it sometime next week. I love this so far. It's great. But yes, anyway, everybody else go drink some water, stretch your legs, and I will be back in 3 minutes. Hello again. Welcome back. Did you guys enjoy your 3-minute break of ambient noise? unless you got the commercial, so then you got a commercial and then some ambient noise. Okay, let's finish this up. We are almost done with this one. Hello. Oh, of course. Well, I'm glad I stopped before we had a conversation. What do you want?
What was it you wrote in her
Thank you,
file?
Exceed.
Patient was encouraged to establish routine errands that would put her outside. Wow.
Fell asleep a little bit. Oh gosh, Pun. I'm sorry.
Her mother blames you.
What other treatment do you expect for that kind of thing? What else do you do? Yeah, you have a person who's like slightly agoraphobic or is afraid of people looking at her. Oh, wait. There was something right there, wasn't there? But like, what else do you expect a therapist to do? Like in those situations, the way you mostly overcome that fear is through like minor exposure. She might, maybe she jumped a little bit too far into the deep end. But like, there's no way he could have known. Trash room. It's my room. Okay, let me find my way out of here. Ah, yes, this is actually what I was looking for before I got distracted. All right. Okay. Bonk. And a bonk. And a bonk. Okay, guys. My buds. All right, nope, they're not here. Okay, good. Oh, I didn't mention this at the top of the stream, but in the little trailer on Steam that they had. Oh, am I going the wrong way? No, I'm doing okay. They mentioned one of the levels, one of the villains, is a radio tower, like a 12-foot tall radio tower, with a long-range sniper rifle. So that's gonna be a fun part. Alright, okay, so I gotta get back to the toy area. Oh, actually, if I went that other way, I can just swing around. Okay, at least I think so. Storage room behind me? And the meat and dairy right there? Oh, yep. Okay, so never mind, I'm going back this way. I lied. This is absolutely a guilt thing. It has to be in one way or another, right? Like, that's absolutely at least partially a factor of this. I'm gonna say either this is like a manifestation of his guilt or purgatory. Because sometimes these things just end up being a personal hell of some kind. Oh. Well, that was helpful. One second, I'm gonna break this one down too, just in case I need it to run. Oh, no. I keep right-clicking because that's how you do actions in Stardew Valley, dang it. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, yes, and I made a note. Oh, I didn't make a note where she was... Whoa. I'm fine, I'm good. Huh. Doesn't say where she goes. That's okay. Attic. So Dad is gonna be right here.
It's a small rounded slot.
At least I think so. But then, and I'm assuming, oh, she has to be here because of the mirror, huh? I don't like that she's looking at me. Oh. What? Okay, I did not know what I expected to be back there. A Coraline tunnel was not what I expected. Oh gosh, where are my voices?
That was the day. She pulled the mirror off its hinges, putting on her mother's makeup. The taste of blood and lipstick stayed in her mouth until the very end.
Other mother, right? Yeah, you're going to the Coraline world, yeah, right? That's exactly what this looks like. It's actually very cool. Toy area. Oh yeah, this is yeah, for sure. Oh, it is a toy area. Time to go get some buttons. Yeah, buttons sewn into my eyes. Okay, so I have the letter T. Okay, can we appreciate this design here real quick? Look, it's eyes. That's wonderful. I love that. I also hate it. Ooh. One. That is great. Two, I hate that. Do not do that again. TH. Oh, hi, whose ball is this? Do you want it back? Oh, I can't pick it up. Sorry. Oh! Hi! E, T-H-E, so the. Hi, man, how are you? What? The. Letter D. Oh, that's not good. Hi! D-A. Okay, hi. Lots of bears. Hey, why? That was very perfectly placed, thank you. What? His head's gone now. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I really like those these little subtle things that they're doing. Hi, Mr. Robo. Oh, I know. Okay. Hey, what you doing? Okay, here's the last mirror. We found it. This feels like a weird birthday party. It does. I'm missing something. I know I've missed at least one block. What?
I can put something in here.
Okay. T-H-E-D-A. Is that for me? No, I have all of them. Oh, it's death. Wait. Oh, no. It's D-E-T-A-H. Hated. Hated. Ha. H. I hear you, Mr. Robo. That was really funny, actually. The little confetti. Oh, where is she? I'm not judging you, sweetie. You do need to come over here, though, if you can. If you wouldn't mind. Hi! Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to, like... Hey! Hey! Yep, that's it. That's right. Come here. Right here. Come over here. You see me. Hi, Mr. Robo. Hi! Come here. Yeah, your hated confetti! Exactly. Nope, rest of the way. Rest of the way. Thank you. Oh. Oh gosh, and everybody else is here. Hi, guys. I'm sorry, the rope. Okay, that was just perfectly timed then, or like, what? That was cool. That was cool with the robot. What? All right, let's see. Let's see what you've got here.
She wanted to die. Only someone as selfish as you would try and take that away from her. I'm glad to see you failed.
Wow. Okay, what is your... Okay, this is making it feel a little bit less like the guilt. Because, like, oh, how dare you take away her urge to die. Like, what does that mean? Oh. Oh, I can kind of hear the crying. Can you guys hear that? At least I think I can hear, like... Yeah. Also, Pon, thank you for the 100 cheer. Thank you for the cheer. Have a drink and think about it? I will, thanks. Are the mannequins all gone now? I hope they're okay. Or that, like, if there were actually spirits in them that they... Oh, honey. Oh, I always feel really bad when I hear someone crying. Hey, where are you? Oh, hi. Hey. It's okay. You're gonna jump scare me, and I know, but I'm still trying to be sympathetic. Hi. Are you okay?
Okay. I see you.
Oh, sweetheart.
Hey, Mother
Thank you. Look at her neck. Oh. Hi. Achievement unlocked. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Oh.
I don't think Virginia would be capable of doing something like this without some sort of outside influence.
Oh.
I promise you, Miss Rule. I'll get to the bottom of this.
Oh. Not without some outside influence. So is our little red-eyed jerkwad on the phone, is he doing something? The ghost isn't as scary. Yeah. Well, no, and she's I wasn't ever particularly afraid of her. Like, obviously I didn't want to get attacked by her and die, but I just mostly feel bad for her. Oh, the eyes are gone. Oh, and these are all beheaded. Oh. Is this the way out? Okay, yeah, back in the Coraline tunnel. But no, oh man, she looks so sad. Oh, hey! This wasn't... I couldn't open this before, right? Oh, no, I broke this open, didn't I? Yes, I did. It's more fear of being murdered versus, like, fear of the snake. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Now I got what you meant. Can I... open it? Thank you. I just have my fingers on the wrong button. Well, that was cool. I don't think we'll get all the way through another tape, but I'm definitely down for, like, kind of getting into the next section a little bit before I call it for today. Because usually I stream till about 11 my time. Oh.
I think I'm ready now.
Oh, darling.
We can talk about scars.
Oh!
My face.
Yeah, when she pulled her hands away, there were scars, like, under her
Appreciate
eyes.
you not asking me about them. I mean, I do see you looking at them
That's why she doesn't want to be looked at.
all the time anyway.
Oh, no.
I'm listening.
Oh, no. She had scarring on her face. That makes so much sense as to why she'd be, like, so anxious and scared of being looked at and, like, judged. Alright. Making the same journey in reverse. What? Oop. Oh, wow, I missed that by like an inch. Come on.
Any sense?
You're saying that it doesn't make sense now? Like you're just realizing that, my man? I don't think things haven't made sense for the past 3 hours. Okay. Okay. Boop. This is just stage 1, yes. Yeah, I don't know how many tapes there are. I think there are 6? That's what I think. That's what I kind of insinuated from reviews, I think.
She's a monster and a liar. She told me I was still pretty. She said people wouldn't judge me.
Her mom.
Guess what? They did.
Talking about her mom.
They look at me with pity. I look back at them with hatred.
Oh no. Game is looking good. Hopefully it gets scarier as you proceed. Oh, oopsie. That was my bad. 3 deaths.
Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, poor thing, though. Oh my god, what? Is there a bridge that I'm missing? Oh, there's a little thingy over here. Yes, so I was missing something. But no, I'm okay, like, I like the atmosphere that it's building so far. I'm sure that there are gonna be, you know, other levels that are more scary, less scary. But I'm good with, like, just the general tension and, like, the mystery that we got going on. So even if it stayed kind of like this same tone, would not be mad. In your defense, those rocks were hard to see. Thank you, Finn. As long as it wasn't just me being a little bit dumb. All right. Back here. Yeah, I think I'll play for a little bit longer. Oh, it looks like there's just 4, actually. Looking at this. Huh. Oh. Oh, what? Patient name Virginia Rule, age 25. Diagnosis personality disorder, NOS, trauma from past injury. Circumstances of treatment. Patient began treatment as a mandated disciplinary measure in college. Roommates expressed concern, possible suicidal ideation. Patient would hide in her room for fear of judgment over her personal appearance. That's still a pretty good link considering it took you 3 hours to get through one. And the first one too, yeah. See, personal history. As a child, Patient was entered into pageants by her mother, Gemma Rule, during which time she suffered verbal abuse related to her appearance and performance. An accident took place in which a bathroom mirror collapsed on 6-year-old Virginia, leaving her scarred and ending pageant participation. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's somehow worse than I thought. This is why child pageants are a terrible idea. They're awful. They're awful. Nothing good comes out of them. Like, for real, though. Except for maybe JoJo Siwa. That's it. See, psychological notes. Patient suffers from the constant notion of judgment from others, stemming from pageant participation, compounded with an accident which resulted in facial disfigurement and an unsupportive home environment. Patient internalized this to an extreme degree, retaining a strong aversion to public spaces for fear of being judged. Patient won't look in mirrors, often lashing out in anger at those who she perceived as judging her. Patient was encouraged to establish a routine errands that could put her outside. When her local grocery store closed down thanks to retail competition from the Homa Mart superstore, Patient had to alter her routine by picking up food in a more crowded place. Heightened sense of anxiety as of late, increased sense of an unknown dread. Increased sense of an unknown dread and fear? Oh yeah, man, that wouldn't fuck you up at all. I mean, I appreciate the mom trying to like be kind after that, but oh, JoJo Siwa was dance. That's true. She was Dance Moms. I've never watched any of those shows, so I know like nothing about it. But oh man, poor Virginia. Wow. Okay. 1 second, let me look at my pictures here. I'm gonna guess, based on these pictures, the next color that we're gonna get, because Virginia was purple. I think the next person.
Desmond, darling.
What?
Oh.
Who said that?
Why, I did.
She talks. Hello. Hi.
You can talk now?
Hi.
I mean, you could argue that I always could, and you just didn't care to listen.
I'm so glad that she moves her mouth.
Let's not waste any more time on how unbelievable this all may be and tackle the situation at hand.
Okay, whatever you say, honey.
You are going to die, Desmond, if you do not get to the bottom of all this
Tanya.
madness.
Tanya, my girl.
Simply, you must keep a level head and find a way through this. I will help you as best as I possibly can.
Okay, so the cat called us darling, so I'm gonna go ahead and throw out there, this is like a dead wife, or a dead person.
I don't know. This is weird.
Right, yeah, did the meds you took from the manager finally take effect? Yeah, there was a little bit of a release. I'm sure that taking 4 pills at once can't be good for you.
My patience.
Yeah.
Don't you find it curious? You can enter Virginia's apartment, and she doesn't even live here. Something strange is happening. You would benefit from knowing what that is.
Yep.
It sounds like a plan.
Her blink animation is very cute. Okay, and obviously, thank you for the advice.
Better things to do.
Yes, but also, one more time.
Alright, let's keep it moving.
Love her. I'm back and that cat is talking. Yep, Tanya, the goodest girl. I'm assuming we're gonna have to revisit the Desmond tape.
You got this.
Oh. Or I just have to play the Desmond. Okay, because when we did the Desmond tape before, it mentioned Virginia. So we're gonna do more of the tape. I guess. All right, let's go. But no, oh, so I was gonna say, I was gonna guess just by the paintings, but the paintings have already changed again, back to kind of purpley. I was gonna guess that the next character color was gonna be green. We'll see. Tanya's color is pink, though. We have learned that. And she's also a good girl. But no, I'm gonna go ahead and bet that Tanya isn't actually a cat. I'm gonna go ahead and bet that Tanya was a person. And is just manifesting here as a cat, because it's a little bit easier.
because I'm the one who's losing my mind.
Ooh, okay.
Why or how this is all happening is beyond me. But as strange as this is, I'm equally as fascinated as I am scared.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wow. She's also a white cat, so purity symbolism, yup.
Has become
Visual metaphor, baby.
lately. People are... Hell, I'm starting to see unusual
Okay,
patterns,
yeah, he said this
behaviors.
before.
Ever since the crash, maybe.
Maybe I didn't have to go
It's
back and
beginning
do
to make
this.
sense, I suppose. My own feelings of dread, of fear, are similar
Okay.
to those of my patients.
Yeah, he mentioned that Virginia just suddenly started, like, having this huge feeling of dread.
We're dropping like
Counterpoint, she's a familiar. Maybe.
dying.
Or just, like, his conscience in, like, another way. She is your assistant in, like, a really literal sense. Oh my goodness.
Understand what this is.
Okay, I might have not needed to come here. But no, it's good for me to get this reminder that Desmond was also getting that fear of dread that Virginia had.
My mind focused.
Oh, yep, yeah.
I must stay aware.
Yep, I didn't need to do that.
Awake. Alert.
But except when I loaded in the tape, Tanya prompted me. Like it triggered a prompt from her. What if it's your assistant but you're perceiving her as a cat? That's also possible. Lots of theories. With the loading bar being a cat, like, obviously she's important. Hi, honey. What's up? Hi.
Right there, behind the ears. Oh, good.
You're great. Yeah, I didn't need to do that. Oh, hey. Clock ticks, but it's stuck.
I can listen to songs. Guess not.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think anything else is different. Maybe I should go to my house? We'll just go out here and we'll see.
Keep calm and keep going.
Okay. Bye, Tanya. I assume when I close the door, you'll be gone? Or when I do this, you'll be gone? Oh, no, you're still there. Okay. Again, like I said last time, man down the fort. If anybody calls, I'm not in. Take a message. Okay. Is Tanya a VTuber? Maybe. Are you still giving her head pats if she... Yes. Yeah, no, obviously we're giving head pats. Okay, what's that noise? Okay. Like a VTuber coming to life. God. Alright. So we got that. Okay. Let's see, do I want to go look in the house again? Let me go look in the house again, just because it feels like... Actually, wait, I'm just gonna go take a quick little look. See if there's anything here. Oh, guitar's still playing? Nope. Nope. Okay. Nope. Thanks to whoever played the guitar when I got in here. It's very nice. It makes it feel a little bit less spooky. Still very spooky. But, you know, thanks. Okay. Okay, and I need to think a little bit more about this pharmaceuticals thing. I'm gonna need to keep that in the back of my mind. Wait. What was her name? No, it didn't give the name of that. Because I was thinking about the Reuben name that was on the police report in Virginia's thing, but I don't think that's really gonna amount to much. That was a big shake. What? Gonna call me? Huh? Got something to say to me? No? Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing up here but me. This game is just filled with VTuber. Oh yeah, exactly. Man, I still never got my soda. Still never got it. Ate my coin, never got a soda. We never really got much follow-up on them saying that Virginia might have been in a relationship with Dave. If so, that makes it worse. Dave, my man. I'm hoping you... Oh, hi. What do you want? Sumi at the phone, come at me. 1 second. Finn, you don't know that I have this, so let me do this for you. Come at me.
So far we've learned that change is inevitable, You either get with the times, or the world changes without you.
I guess. Oh, that one's new. Wait, this was not like this. This was not like this before? What the fuck just happened? What was that? It was so cool, but my brain broke a little bit. Oh man, I'm really disoriented right now. That was neat. Wow, what? That was so cool. Let me see. Now that I don't have my glass anymore. Oh no. Utility room? Oh. Hello, yes. Storage room? Uh-huh. Okay. I'm still not over that transition, actually. That was really cool. Okay, and obviously exits ain't working. Can I do a good jump? Oh, I can. What's this? If you're reading this, it means I was right. In that case, slide, second floor above the vending machine. Barrel. Okay, so it's parts of a gun. Barrel, first floor maintenance room. Writing this down. I'm writing this down. I'm writing this down. There's another puzzle between levels, oh lord. Okay. So, slide is second floor. This pen is shit. Grab a different one. Better. Floor. Vending machine. Barrel. First floor. Maintenance room. Taped under table. And then the grip. Basement. Behind the middle laundry machine. Middle, make a note of that. Middle laundry. You got my back, I got yours. L from Death Note? If I'm doing a thing with L from Death Note, man, teenage me would be really happy. So that was weird. That it was just the glass from. Yeah. Why is it what? It's still doing that. Interesting. So I'm assuming that's just making visual ties like permanently. Like all glass related stuff will do that purple thing, just as a reference to Virginia.
Joker.
Thanks, Immortan Joe. Can't just walk up on me like that. What's your deal? Nice. Can I open this? Aw, man. Nice. What? Wow. The numbering of these apartments is ridiculous. I do not want to imagine what you have to do to sort the mail here. Like, that has to be 69 next to 237. That has to be so confusing if an Amazon person has to, like, come drop off a package. Was I in here before? Do it again, I wasn't looking. I didn't look very much either. I just saw him out of the corner of my eye and my hand jerked, so I didn't see him very much. Gas mask, boiler room, pistol slide, second floor above the vending machine. First floor maintenance room taped under the table. Gotcha. Nyeh. Haha. Perfect. Okay, nope.
It's blocked from the other side.
10 out of 10, nice scream of terror. Yeah, I can't control how loud those are, or how high-pitched they are. It just emerges out of me. Alright, let's go get the rest of the gun parts, I suppose? Yeah, I don't think I need to go back to Virginia's apartment. But really, though, why did you say mediocre? Morton Joe, motherfucker. Okay, yeah, I think I've gotten everything I can over here. Yeah, because I don't have my glass anymore. I want to see that. Oh, that's bullets. Okay, yep. Into the elevator I go. Alright, what's the next one I should do? So I got that one. Second floor. Let's go to the second floor because that vending machine's like right there. Okay. Vending machine. Oh, there you are. Perfect. And away we go. Down to the basement, and that one was in... behind the middle laundry machine. Oh, the one that... Oh, gosh. Are they still gonna be mad at me about the laundry? Are they gonna come get me in the laundry room? If they actually do attack me in the laundry room, that's gonna be hysterical. Hi! Anybody here? Anybody mad about their laundry not being dry? That's still the same. Behind... Oh! Like, behind this guy? Okay, so I gotta do, like, one of these. Oh! Ooh! Got some speed. Huh? 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 Behind the What do you mean when we say middle? Oh, right there! Maybe. No, I can't interact with it.
It's a fuse box.
I don't have a fuse. Okay. Can I pull it? Am I stuck here? No. No? No. Maybe on the other side here? No. Oh. Do I just... Huh? How do I... What? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that... Okay, so it's... Excuse me. I'm trying to solve a puzzle here. Huh? How do I get back here? How do I get back there? Let's see, I can't go back through that way. There was a little hole. Wait. Yeah, there's a little hole back there. I just can't... Actually, let me see if crouching helps. Is crouching the answer to this? Nope. Okay, so... There's a little, like, alcovey thing back here. How did you put the gun piece back there, L from Death Note? Every time I address him, his full name will be L from Death Note. Can't get it from this angle at all. So what do I... Excuse me. What do I do? What do I do? Let me look. I remember that there was the, Hey, there was something here last time and it's gone now. Wait, the note here. The note right here says, last thing, anything left or forgotten in the basement will still be where you left it when you come back. That was a lie. That was a lie. There was something right here. How dare they lie to me? One second, I'm just looking to see if there's, like, anything behind the laundry room. There's that little alcovey thing. How do I get back there? The first two were so easy. Of course they made this one a major pain. I just need to, like... Just get, like, give this a good old push. I watched Rush Hour 3 and it was very good, albeit a little bit racist. Oh man. Yeah, that's gonna be something that, like, taints the Rush Hour series, considering, like, the race is part of the gimmick. I don't think I've watched the third one. I remember I've watched 2, I think. What am I missing here? What am I missing here? How do I move the vending machine? Okay. Let's see, and I don't really have anything. Let's see.
I can probably assemble something here.
Okay. Nope.
Worth a try.
Nope. See if there's anything else I can kind of grab, maybe. Was this here before? Was this like this before? Had to have been, right? Trash... Wait, no, I've not been in a trash room, have I? Oh no, trash room is where I started. Wait. Can I get up there? Can I get up there somehow? Let's see, let me take a look over here. Whoop. Whoop. There we go. Okay, and around the goop. Chair. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it said that this looks fragile, but apparently I can't bash it with my flashlight. I remember that. Okay, I remember that now. That wasn't very long ago that I saw that. I can't just bonk this? Why can't I bonk? Why can't I bonk? Alright. Fine. We'll find a weapon, I guess. But no, like, for real, what do I do? Hello? Hello? I wanna get to that. Oh. I wonder if I get the fuse? Ooh, I wonder if I get the fuse, maybe I can start it up and it'll, like, be one of those, like, really, really rumbly washing machines, and it'll just kind of, like, move itself away from the wall. Let me see if I can do that. Because I had a fuse, I got a fuse earlier, right? But where did I put it? It might have been somewhere upstairs. Where did I use a fuse box before? I know I stole one from there. I used it for the elevator. I remembered. My memory sometimes works. Yeah, baby. Give me that. Come on. Yeah, my brain works sometimes.
It's a fuse box.
That's it. Yes. Go. Forward with you. Go. Go. Keep going. You can go all the way across the room for all I care. Perfect. Okay, now I do need you to actually go a little bit more forward because I do actually need that fuse. Thank you. Gears are turning. Nice smort. I had a good thought. I had one good thought. It happened. All right, okay, elevators back up. And now, we'll put together gun. All right.
Probably assemble something here.
That's a gun. Old and reliable. It's been a long time since I've shot one of these.
I hope I don't have to use this.
I hope I should. Okay, and so I can do. Perfect. Oh, and that's a toggle. Wonderful. Can I shoot this way? Yeah. I cannot believe I missed a shot. Actually, no, I totally can. Perfect. Okay. Anywhere else that I wanted to bonk but could not bonk? As my vision starts to stabilize again. Oh, yes, up here. Sumi the landlord fixing things. Yeah. Because the superintendent won't leave their name on the memo, so I have no idea who to even talk to. Yay! Cool! Progress. Things happening. What do I do now? Explore the building, get gas mask from boiler room. Okay. Yeah, gun helps. Okay, so it looks like there's not anything else over there. Okay, and that's where I started. Let's see. Get into the boiler room. Is it maybe unlocked now? No. Can I shoot the door handle? Can I shoot this police tape? Nope. Oh? Oh, no, yeah, no, that was here before. What do I do now? I guess I'm just on explore the building, maybe? Actually, let me... Is there any other way into this room? Oh, there's a vent right there. Let's see, so if that vent goes up through that way, and you go down through here, where do you come out? Maybe around here? Maybe up here? No, no vents. I just walked through the goop for nothing. Let me look at the map. Does the map show? It does. Okay, so boiler room. Ooh, there is a thing in the boiler room. There are 2 vents in the boiler room. One of them... Both of them are up the stairs, dang it! I want to go up those stairs. I think the supermarket puzzle was a good indicator of how the puzzles work. Yes, that's true. Sorry, I didn't see that until just now. Yeah, it's you right there. Pacow! Oh, I already broke it! Let me in! Okay, I'm gonna go... I guess I'll go up to the first level again. See if I can't find... See if I can't go into any other apartments. Hello? Obviously, it's not gonna let me go out the exit. What's up, everybody? How are we doing? Okay, just out of curiosity. I'm backing up. Amazing. I don't know what I expected. Can I do a big jump? No. Can I do a big shoot? Oh, there are bullets right here, so it makes it... Shoot? Nope, okay. Those are bulletproof wooden boxes. You know. Oh, hey, 69 again? There's 2? Humble! Hello! Hi! Welcome to this spooky game that right now isn't very spooky because I'm just kind of wandering around. Alright. Okay, so that's just some goop. Over there is more goop. So I'm gonna go ahead and assume I do... room 666. Ha 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 ha. Did that actually somehow clean up the toxic waste? I guess. Ooh. Oh, now I can't go in there. Well then, do I have to run through the goop? I will. I'm stupid enough to do it. Pew pew, motherfucker, exactly. Oh, and Humble, were you playing League? How did it go? Ooh, 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 stuff.
I can't carry that much.
Okay, I'm already full on the ammo, so I have 6 bullets. League was an experience, but I had tons of fun. 707, but now upside down. Oh! Ooh! Whole different area! Cool! Okay. Give me a second. Okay, now what? Oh shit! Can we maybe speed this up a little? I am a fool! I am a fool! Can you turn into cereal, please? Thank you.
Pretty good.
Oh man. Hey, do you want to continue that conversation? I did get an achievement for hanging up on him. It just said nope.
Was worth a shot.
All he was doing, I think that I don't think it was the, maybe the explosion triggered them, but also I think maybe they would have come and done that because he just was like breathing into the phone. Oh, another one. How did I miss twice? Wonderful. Excellent. 428. I'm so glad that these are all like stupid apartment numbers. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Ooh, solidarity. Hello. Okay. I cannot see. Is my face back to normal? Yes, okay. 999. 237. 237 is the only like normal number here. It probably has some meaning to somebody else. I only have 1 bullet left. Oopsie. Okay. Oh, note. What do we got? Yes, I'm aware of the lights flickering in this section of the floor. It will be fixed when I can get a hold of our electrician Gary. Until then, please don't try and light the hallway yourself. No candles, no fires, no flare guns. Be patient. Oh, sorry, Senti, I didn't see. 1 second, let me start the timer. There we go. Okay. Again, Superintendent, can you please put your name on your correspondences? Oh. Oh, helpful battery full. What is this? This looks bad. Oh, very bad. No. No continuing to get closer to that. Nothing over there but a ramp. So we're not gonna go Whisker White for a Wamp. Okay. Can I have a bullet? Bullet for gun, please? Bullet for gun, please. I only have one bullet left. Please, bullet for gun, please. Well, what am I doing over here? Ooh, more. Okay. 1 second, let me fix my face. Ah? I think that's fixed. Okay. Bring on the new year. Last night, Milton Haveners welcomed the new year in style with a raucous party in the town square that included fireworks, line dancing, and a musical performance by the town choir. I said performance, fine, I don't know what you're talking about. At the top of the evening, Mayor Barry Vaughn gave his annual address. Thanks to the big players like Mayor Pharmaceuticals and HomeMart reinvigorating our local market, 1997 is going to be our best year yet, he declared to a cheering crowd of hopeful townsfolk. January 1st, 1997. Wonderful. Okay. The reason why I sounded very defeated at the year 1997 is literally like one of the few actual bits of character information you get about Spamton in Deltarune is that he was a top salesman in 1997. Uh-oh, I hear him. Oh, no. Can you maybe not? You do not see me, you do not perceive. I've blown up all of my cover. I am indeed a fool. You don't see me. I only have one bullet. Go away. Turn around. Turn around. Thank you. There was a note on the wall. I saw it. Right? It was like over here? It was right here. Come on, dude. Pill-popping boomer. Thanks. Oh, can I do a big jump? Stay over there. Oh, it saw me. Oh, and there's one over here. And I continue to only have one bullet. Wonderful. Great. Oh gosh, what do I do? Oh gosh, what do I do? Can I get some more bullets? Come on, I was running into them all over the place before, and now that I have a gun, I can't find any? Ugh. Let's see. Bullets, 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 bullets. Throw the gun at them. Oh yeah, that'll work out great for me. Yeah, and that's a door that doesn't open.
It's blocked from the other side.
Yes, I understand. Are you guys still here? Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna kind of try and stealthing it, though stealth is not my forte. You know what? Oh god, the other one was right there! Nope! Close the door. They can't open doors. They can't open... No, they can't open doors. Can't open doors. Kidding me? No. Oh, it's still out there, though. Oh, it's still out there, though, because the light is clipping through the wall. Uh-oh. I may be in a bit of a pickle. I may have done a dumb.
It's blocked from the other side.
Why did that release, like, dust into the air? That was weird. Is it gone now? Oh. Okay, it's over there. Oh, God. Oh, shit. I don't even know where I'm supposed to even be going right now. What? I'm just gonna get in the elevator. Bye. I didn't even mean to get in the elevator. Bye. Suck it. I'm gonna find bullets up here, hopefully. Please give gun. Not gun. Give the thing that make a gun go. Bullets. Anybody? Anybody? Anyone? God. Of course. Of course. Hey, 42. And also 42.
Hey, motherfucker!
Exactly, Finn. Oh, bullets, nope, that was bullets, wasn't it? No, what was that? Oh, was it health? Battery. Bullets? Bullets? Tanya! What do I do, Tanya? Tanya. Oh, there was a room here before, wasn't there? Huh. The title of the game is no longer in the night sky. Yeah, don't... Okay, maybe I'm not gonna find more bullets up here. Maybe that was a lie. An accidental lie, but a lie nonetheless. Did it just, like, despawn all... Tanya... Oh, infinity! Can I go in the infinity room? Wait, are these different numbers now? No, there was 42... These are different numbers now, aren't they? 'Cause this... Ha! No. Ooh. Ah. That one doesn't want to change anymore. But no, they changed. That was interesting. But for real though, no bullets on this whole floor. On this whole floor, on the entirety of it. I'm gonna go to the basement real quick and see if I can't find anything. Hey, yo, Tonya, my cat, you got some bullets, girl? Please? Okay, let me just take a quick look around. See if I can't find any bullets. Somewhere. If I can't, I am in so much trouble. And I've accidentally put this game on a little bit more of a hard mode, even though I chose easy. Wait! Bullets were the thing that were right here! It did despawn bullets! Oh, you jerks! You jerks, you made me think that I would have a ton of bullets and then you took them away! Assholes! Oh yeah, hey, here's the discordant piano that I only hear in this room. Which means something, I guess. I don't know. Okay. Anything over here? I didn't really, like, look in the trash room. There might be some things, since I, you know, just started out in here. There might be some stuff. Or things. Nope. There has to be something behind us starting in the trash room, right? Okay, and I did have the gun last time I went through there, so I'm assuming I would have picked up any bullets that I would have found. Just to be sure, though, I am gonna go take a quick little look. Because I would like them very much, please. Anything? Anything? Please? Please? It's a storage room. Where else are you gonna put the bullets? Come on. Come on! Come on with this, with all of the this. Okay. It is fine. It is fine. Alright. I'll just go deal with my two laundry buddies. I should give them names. What should we actually call those monsters? Alright, let's go. Even though I don't have any bullets, I'll pull out the gun. Just in case if I pick some up, I can fire as quickly as possible. If I need to. Huh? I don't think I will ever get sick of how this game just keeps, like, randomly changing things around. Oh. Maybe bullets in this one. L, my man, my dude, my bro, did you leave me any bullets? No? You told me how to build a gun and you didn't leave me any bullets. That's fine, I guess. Honestly, you gave me a whole lot of help, so I shouldn't be mad at you. And I don't even know who you are, so it's fine, I guess. Clarence should... Okay, yes, I do think Clarence should be one. We should also give a name to the red-eyed dude that keeps calling us on the phone. I was gonna say Thomas. I don't know why. Huh? Battery? Okay. More battery? Isn't he Tom Kench? I could just call him Tom. We'll call him Tom. Bullets. Oh, health. That's also nice. Haven't we decided that it's Tom? Yeah, his name is Tom. Where'd they go? Well, hey, I might have just accidentally despawned them, which is nice. Okay, yes, we know about the lights. Nope. Oh, thank you! Cool, now I have bullets. Do I have a reload button so I can have one in the chamber at least, maybe? Look at the controls here. Alt fire. Reload. R. How about? Good. 6 shots. Better than what I had. Alright. Clarence, you here? Clarence. Health, batteries. What am I doing? Where am I going? I feel like I want to blow up this one in particular. Where does this... Oh, and there's a vent to get to whatever is that thing I can interact with. I don't want to waste bullets again, but also explosions are fun. Yeah, no, this is interesting. Okay. Oh, Milik. Ooh, another storage room. Okay, so we got another safe. Okay. What do I got? Just out of curiosity, I'm just gonna put in the same combination again. I don't think it'll do it, but what if I do? It was 4, 1, 5, 2. Nope. Okay. It was a long shot, but I thought I would at least try. Oh, what? That's weird. Got a Homomart coin. Where can I put a coin? What can I use a coin for? Have I seen anything that needs a coin? I'm sure I have, I'm just forgetting, but... Okay. I don't want to waste another bullet shooting this vent open, but I got it, because apparently I can't backhand things. Actually, let me see. Nope. Alright, backing up. Thanks. Okay. Oh god, another one? It's okay, it's fine. For another coin? I think? Is that what I picked up? Yeah, I have two coins? What do I need coins for? What have I been doing that might require coins? Are they back? No. Okay, game plan, if they do come back, I am going to try and lure them down to these barrels and I'm going to explode them to death. The vending machine on the other floor, you're right! Oh, and there's a... Oh, there's a vending machine here. Doesn't look like there's anything over there that I want. That's where the black smoky thing is. Tom? No.
No one is picking up.
You don't have to say it every time, Desmond. I understand, honey. Oh, bullets. Thank you. Maybe there's bullets inside. That's true. Yeah, we might as just I have coins, so I might as well. I'll put 1 in this vending machine, and if it eats my coin again, I'll go to the second floor one.
It has a small coin slot.
Oh. Oh, what do these do? What color? Chat, quickly, give me a color. We got red, green, yellow, purple. Pick a color. First one I see is one I'm gonna pick. And if it ends up being something bad, it's gonna be your fault. Purple. Alright. Hey! Increased my stealth, thank you. Oh, I wonder if this is kind of a Like I can get buffs just from doing the coins and all that. I don't really know where else to go right now, though. Oh, maybe I should go back to Virginia's. Oh, yeah, Tanya said, don't you think it's weird that you could go into Virginia's apartment even though she doesn't live there? So maybe I should just go check it out a little bit more? 2 people said purple. 3 people said purple. 1 person said green. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, yep. Yep, and that's the note from her parents. Poor Virginia. There's a hotel outside. Okay, and that's her poem. Okay, yeah, there's not really... Oh! What? Accounts payable weekly in advance. The Gemma rule, $108.75 for stitches for Virginia. Oh no. Oh, so this must have been when her face got hurt. 1 day at $28 a day, operating room, drugs, supplies. That was hidden. Oh. Oh yes, I looked at that one. Let's see, oh, maybe there isn't anything extra in here. But the eye paintings, though. Now they have meaning. Hi, my little friend. Hi, bud. I wish I could, go through this. Wait. Did I shoot through police tape earlier? 1 second. Nope. Okay, yeah, I can't shoot through the police tape. Alright. Okay. I'll go back out. It was worth a shot. Okay, let me see if there's anywhere else. Ventilations. I want to shoot that for fun, but probably that's a bad idea. Maintenance room, I've been in here. Oh. I hear walking. Where do I go? What do I do? Where do I go? What do I do? Yeah, that's all taped off. I feel like I may have accidentally broken something by cutting off that call with Tom. Pill popping boomer. What does that even mean? Wait. Nope, okay. Wasting bullets. Like it is my job. No. No. Oh.
Later, maybe.
Okay. Gonna reload while I walk. Gosh, I'm just walking in circles. I don't know where to go. Yeah, because I can't go in there. It'll push me away. Okay. Maybe... I don't know. Is there anything over here that I could explode that might help me? I don't think so. I think this is supposed to be like a terrain that you use to kill the clearances. The clarenci. Is the plural of clearances or clarenci? Like octopus and octopi. Have you looked at that? Huh? Ooh, how do I get in there? Let's... Huh? How would I... There isn't... That doesn't make sense. Where do you go? It's like you go back, so it must be something behind the fog over here. You can pick up... Oh, that's a good question! Finn, thank you. Let me go back and look in her apartment and see if I can't pick up something. Clarence's? Like geese? Clarence's. Clarence's. But no, that is a good question if I could pick up any of this. Just, you know, cut through the police tape or something. Nope. Nope. Her shoes.
This stuff is unnaturally strong.
I know, I shot it. Do you like watching TV, bud? I'll leave that on for you. Do you know what I'm supposed to do? Enjoy your show. Okay. Yep. Yeah, okay, yep, and that's where... What do I do, game? Game, where do you want me to go? What do you want me to do? Should I go back and talk to Tanya? I'm gonna go talk to my cat. I'm gonna go talk to my cat assistant. See if she helps me. Tanya! Help me, I'm dumb! Tanya, help me. Help me. I'm very dumb. Whoop. Ah. Hey, Tanya, you still here? Yay! Hi, honey. Hey, sweetheart. How are you?
You keep seeing these pills everywhere. Glowing blue. What happens if you collect them all?
I don't know. What do I do, Tanya?
I get it. You like me. You can stop now.
Oh, you're so cute. I still think green is going to be the next color. What do I do?
Shame about Virginia. I liked her.
You knew her?
Okay, that's enough of that.
Were you like an office therapy cat? Oh, did you do that? Are you actually mad? Oh, the paintings changed again. Every time I pet you, the paintings change. And now I can't pet you anymore.
What is up with those mannequins?
I don't know. What am I supposed to do? What do I do?
It's worth a shot.
What do I do?
I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Hallmark cat food.
Okay. What? I still have one more coin. Go spend it over here, I guess. Okay. If I knew what to do. I know this is me being like obtuse in some way. Oh, this one doesn't have a coin slot. I can't put the coin in over here. I guess I'll go put in the other one downstairs. But no, did I break something by accidentally hanging up on Tom because I was getting murdered by the Clarences? Milk. Batteries. I'm just gonna very carefully go through everything. Okay, and this is where Elle's note was. Okay. Let me go look at Elle's note again, see if I forgot something, maybe? I don't think I did. Shouldn't it be Clarence I? I don't know. I'm gonna keep changing it up, just for fun. Okay, yep, nope, just tells us where the gun is. Yup. I see bullets. Give them. Wait. Okay. You know what? You put bullets right here, so it must mean that you want me to shoot this, right? What? 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 There. Okay, it's the barrels that do the exploding. That didn't do anything to the tape, though. Okay. Good to know that it's the barrels that explode. One good thing came out of that. Uh-huh. Yeah, I hear you guys. See, and I can't shoot the boxes. Maintenance room's locked. Nothing over here. Let me go check that side room again. Actually, no, let me look. I haven't walked over here, have I? Ow. Oh, was it really over here the whole time? Oh, another coin. Thanks. Hey! I got through that touching the goop. All right, let me spend these, I guess.
A small coin slot.
Oh, okay. Oh. That was dumb. It's Google. So, Exceed, I tried to Google a walkthrough earlier. There are none, really, that I can use. There are like some video ones, but they weren't loading for me very well just because the game is taking up a lot of, you know, memory space on my computer itself and, you know, streaming and running my model and everything. So, pill popping boomer. That's something. It's something. Tom. Tom. Can you give me like another call, man? I promise I'll listen this time. There aren't any monsters.
I'm stuffed.
Okay. Understood. Have a nice day. Let's see. I just want to get like the next tape, and once I get to that area... Yeah, I was gonna check this room again. Yeah, and there's nothing over here except for the pills that were there. Did I use both of my coins? I did. Okay. Good, good, good. Oh! No, that's health stuff. And you are batteries. I have so... Oh! That's batteries. Do you know what a battery looks like? Hmm. Okay, and then we got the safe. Is there anything around here about safe? Safe combination, maybe? Apartment for rent. Would they keep it if I was going to keep a safe locked? Where would I put the code? Let's see, I can't go up there. Let's see, so the safe is the only thing I really have right now. That and whatever the fuck pill-popping boomer means. Calling me a boomer? Am I a boomer? How do you know what boomers are? Isn't this 1997? We still have rotary phones. How do you know what a boomer is? I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that, like, Tom is omnipotent in some way. This feels like something. Can I... Alright, 1 second, Lacey. Can I do a good jump? No, I can't. I can't even jump at all in the goop. Oh. Tom!
Tick-tock, Doctor, tick-tock. Time's running out.
What? TikTok? Oh, that, yeah, baby boomer refers to, yeah, okay, yes. No, you're right, Exceed. Time? What time? What time? The only place I've seen a clock is in my office. Do I have to go back into Virginia's tape? That makes no sense. Also, that was entirely unhelpful, Tom. I was hoping you would tell me a little bit more. But I suppose you're not here to be helpful, are you? Where else can I go? Where else can I go? There's time. What time? Why are you what? I don't know what to do. Help. Help. Just for my own entertainment. Ah. Pills! Wonderful. More health for me. I have a health of 2. I'm just gonna keep blowing stuff up. You don't know what to do in a game? Just blow stuff up. Can I get around there somehow? Maybe. Over this way. Like just going like around. Oh no, that's gonna be the little like iron fence that's over here, huh? Oh, more bullets, thank you. And again, just for my own entertainment. Nope, okay. Maybe from the other side. It didn't blow up the gate when I did it in the other one, but you know what? Who knows? I don't know if that helped. I'll go look. I can't tell. I don't think that it did. But honestly, I will just resort to shooting stuff. Now that I have many bullets. Yay! Really? Really? Violence was the answer? Hi, Tom. What?
What do you think you're doing by uncovering all this? I'm making quotation marks with my hands.
I could hear it in your voice.
Making it easier for them to come for you too.
Yay, yeah, violence helped. I guess it got me over here. And I'm assuming it triggered something. Where are the Clarences? The Clarence side, the Clarences. I know you're gonna be here. Where are you? I know. Okay. You know what? Violence. Oh, I need to reload. Now violence. Okay, yeah, that's purely there for the Clarences. Yeah, yep. Oh, wait, will that blow up these bars? No. Is the answer to that question. Wait. My brain might have just had a thought. Because it said to not put, okay, 1 second. No candles, no fires, no flare guns, be patient. I shan't. No, let me trade. Let me go. Let me get my, can I please get my flashlight? Can I get my flashlight out? Why can't I get my flashlight out? I'm pressing the right button, right? Toggle. Wait, I do have the glass? Where were you this whole time? What the hell? What? Are you kidding me? Okay, yeah, that's mostly on me. I tried to like so that's so weird. It wasn't working before. I was pressing Q constantly and it wasn't working. Okay, but no. So I do want to try the thought that I had, which is to shine a light at the goop, at the shadow. But no, like, so see, and now it's only toggling between my flashlight and the mirror. It's not toggling between all 3 of them. So I think what happened is I had the flashlight and the gun, and then it just didn't keep the mirror, so I just thought I lost it. So that's on me. Sorry everybody for the waste of what, like half an hour. All right, oh wait, no, Virginia's room's on this floor. I'm gonna go back there and I'm gonna cut that police tape, baby. Let's go. Finn was on the right path the whole time. It was just me. All right, what do we got? Nope. Nope.
Odd place for a mirror.
Yep.
Oh, it's locked.
I'm gonna...
Worth a try.
I can go do the downstairs one now, though. Bye! I can go to the stairs. I can go to the stairs. I can go get that mask. Ah! Okay, okay, progress. Let's go, baby. That was very dumb. I'm sorry, everyone. Bah! Oh no, this is bad. This is not a good place to be, is it? How do I even get... Okay, let's... and then stand up. Oh, this is not gonna go well. Oh! Haha! The straps are broken, I'll have to hold it.
With the gas.
Okay. It's okay, you used your brain cells for the washing machine and it went on cooldown, absolutely. Okay, so I have to, like, do that. And then I can just, like, walk through the goop. I can walk through the goop! Okay, give me my mirror shard back. Okay. Oh. I know it slows me down at least a little bit. Oh. Nope, we're keeping it on. Okay. Okay, oh. Stand up. Stand up. Desmond? Desmond? Okay, I guess you are standing up. No, this. Hit it. Thank you. Wow. That was weird. Okay. Oh. Pills. Oh, when you say gas, you mean like the, not just the rainbow gas, but also this one. I see. Okay, what's up? Over here.
I don't want to move forward.
I know you don't, but we're gonna... Dang it. Okay, never mind. Guess this is something I'll deal with later. Open the door, please. Well, hey, that's something, but I still don't know where to go or what I need to be doing. Got the gas mask. Ooh, I bet now I can go to where the pill-popping boomer note is. I bet you that I can now maybe do a jump and get over those boxes. Ooh, ammo, thank you. Oh, and now I have to watch for the O2 as well. Oh, also this. Gimme. Ha! Are you fucking kidding me? That's the whole fucking time. It's fine. Oh. Fish. Oh, hey! I found it! I found it, everybody. I found the next part. I did it. Alan. Okay. Interesting. No. Still reflects what's behind me, though. That's neat. I am gonna grab my, my flashlight, though, if you wouldn't mind. No. Flashlight. Thank you. Yay! Thank you for the applause, Senti. I appreciate it. What's that? Something goopy. Oh. I know the answer to this. Violence. No. Nope. It's okay, I have a lot of bullets right now. I'm not feeling... Whoa! That's a hell of an anglerfish right there. Oh, so this one's yellow. I was wrong about green. Okay, my health is good. Health is okay. Yep. Why would you do that to a knife? That can't be good for it. Okay. Doc Wales, which I think is our last name. Yeah, Desmond Wales, yeah. Told me to write, so I'm writing. Even though I don't want to write, what I want to do is scream at people. A woman by the lighthouse today told her meathead boyfriend I was looking at her funny and he punched me in the gut. I wish I could bury both of them in the ground. I'm so mad I'm seeing red. Okay. Alan. Oh. Maybe. Nope.
It's cold in here.
Okay, fine. I have to remember that that's there. I'm assuming I'll get something to deal with that when I go into Alan's tape. Let me just take a look over here. There was just a prompt for me to be able to interact with something. What was it? Oh, I think it's... Oh, the door. It's the door. Phone? Tom? No.
No one is picking up.
Well, hey, so we got that. So we know he has anger issues and he likes fish. Huh. Yep, okay. Let's go back to Tanya. We'll get this kind of started. Yes. Oh, hey, it was directly across from Virginia's place. All right. Eventually I'll get to you, Green Door. I am going to equip my gun, though, just in case the Clarences are back. Did the game really have Tom just call me and say that time is running out just for fun? Was it really like, because I didn't do anything? That's okay. Alright, we'll do... There'll probably be a little bit of a cutscene here. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, what's up?
Alan Shore, the one-man freak show, who made all your other patients seem well-adjusted.
I think he was I think he was just making fun of me for taking too long.
From the first moment he stepped into your office, you knew he was doomed. Have fun.
What's your fucking deal? Tom. Oh, did I leave the door open, Tanya? You could have closed it.
Is there a link between Virginia and Alan? I wouldn't rule it out.
I'm gonna put this away.
Guess I'm about to find out.
Yep.
Be careful, Desmond.
Hi. You be good. Oh! Oh, wait! Look at the little paw print. Little food bowl. Is that yours? Are you hungry? Are you okay? I know that this is kind of like a liminal space. Yep. You know, if you would have said that to me about 45 minutes ago, I would have actually known that it was still in my inventory. But you know what? Better late than never, Tanya. Thank you.
Here we go again.
All right, let's just at least take a look and see what we got.
Come back alive, please.
I will. Oh. Okay, goodbye. Oh, nope. All right, let's see what this gets us. I don't like that. That doesn't seem very fun. Seriously, calling him a one-man freak show? What an asshole. I don't know what I was expecting, but... Oh! Boats. Okay. Okay. Whew! Oh, and there's like whale bones. Oh. Oh, is this, Oh, ambergris?
Okay,
Is he a
Mr.
whaler?
Shore, tape's running. Thank you
Alan
for
Shore.
agreeing to be recorded.
Oh, should I just start talking? What do you want to know?
What made you decide to seek counseling?
Ah, man, Doc, it's just weird. As in, I feel weird, like I'm weird all the time, you know? I'm not saying this right. People think I'm weird, and it's cool I am, but I shouldn't feel weird, right?
Fishery harbors and docks, yep.
How exactly do you feel weird?
Odd, slightly tilted. I've had these nightmares ever since I can remember. I've always had these horrific dreams I can't explain. They recur.
This way?
Man, like there are themes in them that keep coming
which
back.
way?
Honestly, Doc, it's been such a constant that I shake my life around them, you know?
This is where I'm going. Oh, oop. At least I think so. Bones. Follow the bones. Oh, there's a... Oh, okay, the next tape is over here. I gotcha. Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone about these recurring nightmares?
Like a shrink like you? No. Honestly, for the longest time, I thought it was normal life to wake up sweating, to see things in the dark, frightful things.
That's not good, buddy. But also, it's almost funny how common it is that like people with mental health problems are just like, oh yeah, everyone has this issue.
What is it that frightens you out?
See, that's the thing I don't get. My whole life, I could feel the presence of shadows. I could hear.
Well, this jump's gonna be.
In the dark.
Woo! Oh!
And I know, I got so used to being paralyzed by dread that I began to like it. If people notice, you know, I say weird stuff sometimes, I guess. And at some point, I just decided to live comfortably in this reality, maintaining a beacon of light over a sea of darkness, alone and afraid. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit that being swallowed by darkness or sinking in the depths.
It's been a 4-hour stream. Yeah.
I feel alive, man.
That's my streams are usually between 3 and 4 hours. Okay. Is this like a practice run for the 12-hour stream? Exceed the last Hotful Boyfriend stream was 6.5 hours. So now this is it's all good. I'm just gonna see kind of what environment we're looking at, and then we'll probably call it. Oh, has to think very hard about that. Okay. All right. Well, looks like we're going back to my home, the forest. But yes, so that is where we're going to leave off for today. I do think I will be picking up this game during the 12-hour stream on Thursday. I will have the schedule up for that by the end of the day tomorrow. So if you want to know what I'm doing, please keep an eye out on Twitter or join my Discord. Other than that, I think that's everything. Yeah, oh, other stuff that you can look forward to in terms of like the stream. I am gonna have some other VTubers on. I might do kind of a little bit of a interview with someone. I'm still working out the logistics of that, but yes, hopefully I will see you guys at some point during that 12-hour stream. It will be from noon to midnight Pacific Standard Time. But that's everything. Let's see, who are we gonna raid here? Ooh, oh, let me get out of here. There we go. Thanks for seeing you the 12-hour. Yeah, no. I'll see you at one point for sure. Let me see. Where's my dash? There it is. Love you too, Finn. Thank you guys. Oh, Senti, thank you. You do not have to stay for the full 12 hours. That I think I should be the only person that's there for the full 12 hours of that stream. I'll miss most of it. I got things. No worries. Oh, my stuff is not working on my dash. It's not letting me click anything, so it looks like I might not be able to do a raid because it's not letting me access things. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. Thank you guys. Oh, there we go. Fixed it. Okay. Gosh, all of that and like nobody that I really know is streaming right now according to Twitch. So we will just call it there for tonight. Again, thank you guys so much for coming. This game is like